I'm live. What up? Getting up to speed. Just getting my settings set as usual. Doing a little bit of Diablo 4 this morning. This afternoon, I guess I should say. As it is 6 p.m., I was up streaming until 5 a.m. and then decided to do some analytics and some come down after that. So I ended up sleeping at 7 a.m. But hey, as long as you work 12 hours a day, I don't think it really matters what hours you're working. Personally. Hello and welcome. It's so funny that ayahuasca is my default thumbnail on YouTube. Just plants. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thanks for coming. I'm live on YouTube, Twitch, X, and Facebook, so come on in. Thanks for coming. Big time. What's happening? Just about to blast some shit with my Frost Sorcerer. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. I'm like going through and checking. Oh, hello there in the house, aka lurking you long time. Never played this game before. It's great. Freaking great. Love it. I love it. I love it. I was just checking all my streams and making sure that I'm live on everywhere, and I am. I didn't check Facebook. All right, so Diablo 4. Hello there from Hershey, Pennsylvania. Morbidly a beast. Hello, sir or ma'am. Welcome. Hershey, Pennsylvania. I think that's where the Hershey factory was. I went to Hershey, Pennsylvania once. We went on a field trip to the factory, to the Hershey factory, and saw the chocolate being made. And I don't think we really saw it being made. We like toured the facility though. No clue. It was super cool. Thank you, Jan. How do you pronounce that? Konaki? I imagine that J is silent. Kajnaki? I wouldn't say it like that. But thank you. Good luck. Have fun. Let's do this. I think something's about to happen. Could be wrong with that. Oh, yeah, I'm going to speak to the groaning corpse. Hello there, Chief 10 Beers. I used to hate you. Now I love you. Namaste. That is one of the great journeys of life. I used to feel real cringe about certain people, and then I was like, you know what? They're doing what they do, and they're doing it to their best. And they're actually doing it well. And it just hurts to hate. It's exhausting. So I can kind of I'm almost exactly identify with what you're experiencing, what you experienced. And thanks for the honesty and letting me know. What else is going on here? There, Egg Rolly, hello. Oh, Lucid Vibe Media wants to know if today's the day I'm going to play Deadlock. I don't know, man. It's really about getting the code. I think did you send me the code on X? And then what is it on Steam? I could download it, but I think I should download it while I'm not streaming, because I don't want to come back down from this cloud. I don't want to. I don't want to cause any lag while I'm jamming, you know what I'm saying? But if you did send me the key, I can go back and grab it. I remember I got a key on X, I think as a message, and it was just a string of numbers. It didn't say like Deadlock key or anything. So I didn't really know, because a lot of people have been sending me keys to things and games and stuff, so I didn't know if it was for Deadlock or not. Or if I can just download it and go. Oh, Original Pancake in from South Bend, Indiana. That's cool. An egg roll. Hello, egg roll. Good to see you, man. South Bend, Indiana, dude. Also we got somebody in here from Akron, Ohio. That's Spare Tire 97, dude. I'm from Akron, Ohio. You know, I was born in Akron, Ohio. I was born at Children's Hospital in Akron, Ohio. And then quickly whisked away to my home in Cuyahoga Falls, which at the time was a rental on Ashland Street. My parents were renting a house, and then about a year later, they bought a house on 6th Street. Beautiful house. And then I lived there my whole life until I was 18, and then I left. What do you think of flash graphene? You're probably talking about the flash joule heating process. It was awesome. That was the easiest quest I've ever not fought. Just a bunch of talking, and I wasn't even listening. Get used to it, demons. Flash joule. If you're talking about flash joule heating graphene, where you take carbon of any kind. I don't know if it's carbon of any kind. I'm pretty sure it's carbon of any kind. And then you hit it with electricity at 7,000 degrees. You pulse it at 0.1 milliseconds. They call it flash joule heating. Invented by this scientist Dewey Long, who I interviewed on my YouTube channel. So check out Ian Crossland, Dewey Long. It's I think it's D-U-Y, L-U-O-N-G. He's like one of my earlier interviews, somewhere there, interview 15 or something. He's great. And he worked with Jim Tour, who was at Rice University where it was invented. And so I've interviewed both Jim and Dewey. They're great guys. And I think that there's a lot of promise with flash joule heating. You can turn like plastic trash into bulk graphene. You don't get the thin layers of graphene sheets that you use for electronics necessarily out of the flash joule heating process. It just busts it into like bulk graphene. This is a Frost Sorcerer build, Samaru. Frost Sorcerer. Eat it. So I have a lot of faith in the flash joule heating process for the recollection of like garbage and the conversion into bulk graphene, which then we can put into like building materials to make them stronger and lighter, and into liquids to make them like hydrophobic, like sprays that you can put on cars and stuff so that the water just falls off of it, things like that. I mean, we're just beginning to understand the potential. I think you could like spray it on spaceships and make them stronger, you know, who knows exactly, make it so they don't freeze when they go into space. A lot of potential with the flash joule heating process. What else we got here? I'm going to be playing Diablo 4 today, at least for a while. I might switch it up a little later. But right now, I'm going to be crushing it with this Frost Sorcerer and just taking it to some bitches. I'm just feeling it. You know, it's a good way to loosen up. Get the brain active, to get the fingers going, to get the eyeballs twitching all around the screen. Muscle memory, reflexivity. And then maybe I'll jump into like a turn-based strategy game later. We'll see. Kind of see how I'm feeling. You think I'm afraid of deadlock? I mean, new games are... especially new PvP games, they do have this sort of a anticipation there. Like, oh god, I'm not going to be good when I start. I'm going to be getting waxed. But also, the game looks meh. I mean, it's not like... I don't salivate for those kind of games, first-person PvP shooters. They're just... I know they're fun to watch, because they're hot action, and they're PvP, so it's like always dynamic combat and conflict. They are fun to watch. I watched Fan play quite a bit of it, but I tell you, I wouldn't probably have even looked for it if because he was playing, he plays Heroes of the Storm, and then at the end of the night, he'll turn on Deadlock and play Little Deadlock. So I've watched it because of that, but I only watch Fan because of Heroes of the Storm. I don't seek out yet another Overwatch clone to, you know. But I'm not saying the jury's still out on Deadlock. It looks pretty cool. It looks more like League of Legends than like Heroes. Like you're buying items for your own guy. You want to get the last kill for money for your own guy. And then you can have one guy on your team with tons of money that has all these buffs or like upgrades that's just like slaughtering the enemy team while the rest of your team's kind of holding it down. What up, Haywood? Haywood, you blow me in the house. Hey, would you blow me? Hey, would you blow me? That's his name. In Stowe? Spare Tire 97, you're in Stowe, dude? Oh, I spent a lot of time in Stowe, brother. Take Route 59 over there, Kent Road. Yeah, man. What is it, Darrow? Doesn't turn into Darrow Road? No, it passes across Darrow Road. Man, Stowe's nice. The guy that founded Cuyahoga Falls worked for a dude named Stowe. It was like John Stowe or something. So they came in together. His name was William Wetmore, and he was like, I think it was Stowe, whatever Stowe's first name was like, had a lot of money. He was like a landowner or something. And then William Wetmore was like his surveyor. He went over there and kind of got everything set up. So then he and John, and that's why in Cuyahoga Falls, Stowe Road is this little road like where the high school is. It's called Stowe Road, and I would always be like, why is the road called Stowe when Stowe is the city next door? It's because of whatever that dude's name is, John Stowe or whatever it was. Mr. Stowe. In honor of Mr. Stowe. Who is that? Mech Knight. Mech Knight is now falling. So I'm on Twitch. I'm on YouTube. I'm on X. I'm not streaming on Rumble today because the Rumble chat's not coming through. I feel like it's not fair to them. People on Rumble. It kind of is lackluster. I was getting like 13 people would watch it. I don't know if he was even getting a lot of views on Rumble because it's not integrated into the software, which is a little sad because I want to support the platform. But today I'm on YouTube, X, Twitch, and on Facebook because it's easy to go live on Facebook. But follow me on X, YouTube, and Twitch. Those are the big gaming platforms. Subscribe. You can follow, like the video, comments, all the above. Really supports the channel and the entire process. So thanks again. And thanks again, Mech Knight, for the follow on Twitch.tv. Psilocybin Dream, welcome to the world of tomorrow. Oh, SS Morrow. I got you. It's SS Morrow. Now I got it. SS Morrow. 00. Meaning is Camaro? SS Camaro. Oh, SS Marrow. Really? What's the SS stand for? Toxic Angel, you're thinking about using graphene in your polymer, bulk graphene. Yeah, I hear that it's, I mean, their companies are putting it into like body spray for cars and stuff. It's fascinating. And a lot, it's tough to say if it's actually the graphene itself or if it's just the phene structure, the six-pointed hexagonal structure, because they'll have borophene as well, where it's boron with the same structure. I've seen that they've invented or discovered goldine, which is gold in that hexagonal structure, except the goldine has a seventh one in the middle, which is also has fascinating properties to it. So a lot of it when it comes to chemistry is the structure as well as the composition. Structure plus composition, plus a third thing, I think. But structure and composition are both integrally tied into the function of the chemical. You're running a chain lightning build, SS Marrow. I hear it's top notch. You just got off Meta Quest. Toxic Angel just got off the Meta Quest 3. Is that your VR system? It's pretty fun to play military games in VR. Oh, dude, VR is where it is at. I was thinking about getting VR. This might be cool. Watch here. I'll show you a little bit. What it would be is like, I'd get VR. I'd put my face right here. I'd put the camera behind me, so it'd be showing the back of my head, and then I would have like a green screen with just the game, so it would look like I'm in the game looking around at what I'm looking at. And you would like see the back of my head. It might not be as immersive as me looking forward, talking to the camera, typing and all that. But for a game like Elite Dangerous, which is really fun, and I've got my, here, I'll show you. I've got the flight stick. I haven't played Elite Dangerous in a while, but I got these flight sticks. This is badass here. So you got the stick. I mean, it's got tons of buttons on the back. This is the flight control system. The Cytec X52. It's an older flight stick, and then it's got the throttle over here. So I'll be holding throttle and doing the flying with this. With, you know, you got like flip your button. You got the rockets loose. I got this for like thrusters and shit, and then this for like changing weapons systems, shields, thrusters, because you got to move power around on board the craft while you're flying. In Elite Dangerous, there's a lot of complexity. So many buttons, but I mean, like, this thing is built for a game like Elite Dangerous. With the VR behind me, because Elite's good in VR, you can look around the cockpit and like, because sometimes you'll be flying and a dude will fly past you from above, and you got to like push a button to unlock the camera so that you can turn and look without flying up with your jet, which is hard because it's just another button you got to worry about. HOTAS, yeah, HOTAS. I hear the HOTAS is good. That says Mech Knight. But being able just to look at any time from the cockpit while I'm flying, I think would be very helpful. Very helpful. It's been so long. It's been like 5 years since I played Elite Dangerous. I had a crew. A bunch of us were playing together. It was like 4 of us or 5 of us would play together. It was great, great game. I am not drinking today. I'm drinking a little bit of Brushtail coffee. I like to mix up my coffees. The company's called Brushtail Coffees. They sent me a free bag. It's very good. Morbidly Obese is Addicted to City Skylines. That game is so good, dude. It's just pure creativity. And we got Deep South EDC in the house and Eric Ross, Crossland Gaming. What up, brother? I would honestly graphene dream. Graphene cream. I got to make a material called graphene cream. But then people are going to be like, is there graphene in it? Yeah, your comment came up. I need to get off YouTube. I don't know if it's a technology, but that's just letting you know. Maybe I think your first comment didn't come up, yeah. You don't normally watch gaming streams, Sean Kuhn, so I'm going to read through some chats. I'm going to get into the game pretty soon here. Sean Kuhn said, I don't normally watch gaming streams, just here to support Ian. Well, thank you, dude. Thank you. You know, sometimes it's more about the person. Sometimes it's more about the game. Just kind of depends on your mood. If you just want to hang or if you want to learn. What's good, my guy? You know it, Mech Knight. The orbs? Yeah, this game it's Diablo 4. This game, it does look a lot like Diablo 2. And SoCram is now following on Twitch. Thank you, sir. Or ma'am. Never really know. But thank you very much, dude. Diablo 4, the story? Well, yeah, the story of Diablo 4 is that Lilith has entered the realm through some... No one really knows exactly how she got here, but she's here, and it's the daughter of Mephisto. And she wants to kill Mephisto. And so she's not a good guy. I mean, she's just taking control of people and murdering people. Obviously not a good thing, but she's like, Mephisto's way more dangerous than I am. So you're kind of like, what do we do? Because she might be right. And so you're tracking her. And that's pretty much the plot of the game. I'm not going to spoil it. Tracking Lilith. And then massacring every demon that gets in your way. It's pretty awesome. What's up, Coach Chisel? Much love, bro. J Ross 22, have I played Warhammer 40K yet? No, I have not. I have not. No, and I keep hearing about it. I was talking to a guy last night, and he said that it's still buggy. It's still early in the launch. Like they just launched it a couple days ago, so he was playing, getting booted, and like waiting to get a group or like waiting to log in. I'm like, I experienced that with Fallout 76. It was just a horrible launch. Just impossible to keep a group going. So it really burnt me out. We played Fallout 76 a lot, and we were really fanboying over Fallout in general and Fallout 4. So it was a huge deal when Fallout 76 came out, and it was really sad that it had such a poor launch. And I don't want to rush into a buggy launch for a Warhammer 40,000 Space Marines 2, but it looks good. I watched a little bit of gameplay of it so far, and really only like a couple minutes, literally like 3 minutes of it, but it looked great. What is it, 4-player? You get 4 people in a party or something? Well, the problem, Phone Man, the problem with putting the game name in the description is that I switch games while I'm playing. I used to do that. I'd put like Diablo 4 game stream, and then 2 hours in, I'd switch over to Demon's Mirror, and then maybe go to Heroes of the Storm, and people are like, this isn't Diablo 4. What is this? I'm like, yeah. So now I'm just telling you, I'm live, I'm gaming, and if you're on Twitch, it'll tell you what game it is. So on Twitch, I'll go in, and when I change games, I'll go into Twitch and change the settings, so it'll change the game. So you'll know ahead of time. On YouTube, you're just going to see that I'm live and I'm gaming. And you can always ask what game it is. People in the chat will tell you, or if I see your chat, I'll tell you. I think graphene smells like the future combined with dreams. What do dreams even smell like? Oh, and here's a good question from Hados. What GPU and CPU are you running? I'm running the Aurora S9. I got the GeForce 1080 SX, I believe it is. It's the 1080. It's not the TI. It's the 1080, whatever the one before the TI was. And the CPU, well, it's the Aurora S9, so I don't know what the processor actually is. No food or drink until level 100. Well, fortunately, I'm level 100 already. Warm glass of battery acid, which I love your name. I think I told you that last time. That's very, very funny. That's very funny. A lot of good questions about Warhammer. People, oh, hello there, Sokram. Good to see you. Sakram, I like that. Path of Exile 2. Path of Exile 2 is due to release November 15th. We looked that up last night. And yeah, I'm kind of pumped for that. It'll be nice to start a game from the top. Another one. Another one? And another one. Hello, that effing guy. Ian, you're the man I love when you're on Timcast. You're the coolest hippie I know. Bro, thank you. Thank you. That's awesome. I like being known as a hippie. When I was young, I was like, I want to be a hippie, man. Those guys are cool. They're carefree. They're goofy. They're good at music. They smoke pot. I didn't know much about pot. Like, I didn't smoke pot until I was 23 years old. But I was like, they're just, like, cool. I like that style. And even if I'm not really a hippie, like, I like that people think I'm a hippie. Yo, who just... Q-Dog Punisher with the follow on Twitch. What's up, dude? Thanks for following, man. Everyone follow on Twitch. It's a big deal. Make a Twitch account and follow. It's huge. And if you got Amazon Prime, subscribe. You get a free subscription every month. Subscribe to the channel. Me and Twitch split at 50% each. So I think I get $2.50 a month, and so does Twitch. So it's a big support for the system. It's awesome. It's really awesome. And if you're not on Amazon Prime and you want to subscribe, you can do that too. You can subscribe to the channel, and you don't get ads, which is kind of nice. Probably a reach here, but this, I'm reading a comment here from In the House, aka Lurking You Long Time. Probably a reach here, but is this the Lilith from Biblical Before Eve thing, like Adam's first chick? I think it's a different character with the same name, and the reason they chose that name is because of the biblical relevance. Ooh, got some big follows coming in from Psilocybin Dream 86. Is that the year you were born, dude? Good year, by the way. And Not Peel. Both with a follow on Twitch. Happy to see you guys, and very much appreciate the follows. Twitch is a really gamer-friendly platform. Twitch, Discord. I like them. I like that we're so integrated. If I'd known in the early 90s that I would have been able to make a living as a gamer, I could have convinced my mom to let me play more than 2 hours a night. When I was lucky, I wasn't allowed to play during the week, though. It was very, very rare I could play video games during the week. What else we got? Jay Help. Anybody else in the chat? I want to make sure. Sean Freitas. Yo, yo, yo. What's up, bro? Greetings. Of course, I Need to Get Off YouTube is just fine pooping around. As we all know, or that you are pooping around, that is absolutely fine. The actual Karl Marx is in the chat. Hello there. Evier, Alaska. Great to see you, dude. Thanks for the follow on Twitch. Oh, looking good as always, King. Thanks, man. All right, let's see. Get an amen. You want to go outside? I Need to Get Off YouTube. You want to quit pooping around? Just quit pooping around. Go do something. I might be going doing something later tonight. Maybe. Maybe not. And Rendizzle Swizzle. Hello, sir. I am doing well, man. Thanks for asking. Yeah, you always got to watch out for... Oh, K9 Striker said, I went to a hippie party in Dracut, Massachusetts in 2012. There was a guy in a monk robe doing handstands and people passing an elixir around. Quite the experience. Yeah, and when you get into that culture of people that are like, yo, man, it's all about love. It's like a lot of times they're compensating. They'll actually be very angry people, but they'll talk a lot about love. It's like, it's one thing just to be living in a state of love. It's another thing to constantly talk about it. And they call them like drainbows, like people that are like rainbow, all like rainbow, but they're really there and they want to suck your energy and your money and your food and all that. It's like, yeah, man, it's all about community. Can I sleep on your couch? You got anything to eat? And like they'll wait around till you light the joint. They're like, just like, because they don't have the money to pay for the weed. It's like, oh God, that culture can get a little draining. So it's like, you know, a little bit of hippie love goes a long way. Too much hippie love is like too much heat. It will grind the system to a halt. Whatever the fuck hippie even means. I don't know. It's like they're hip. Where am I here? I'm going to, considering, I really want to tackle some of these and go the distance for my, the progress points here. So I think I want to hit the Skogs Glen and really just sweep this place. Skogs Glen's up north. Got quests. Got lots of things I can do up here. Yeah, maybe I'll check this dungeon out. That looks cool. Got a Legion event coming up. I think I'm going to skip that, though. No, Travis, I've never played Elden Ring. J Hep was like, Ian, you're making me dizzy. It's probably because I was trying to answer every chat that came in, and it was like a whirlwind of ideas and thoughts. People and communication. That's part of one of the byproducts of trying to include literally everyone. It's a bit dizzying because there's a lot of ideas flying in, flying around, coming from a lot of people. Now it's time to settle, focus, relax, and obliterate shit with ice shards. Get ready for this. No, Travis. I looked at Elden Ring. I really considered it because a lot of people were talking about it. All right, I'm going to go here. So I'm going to be wrapping around and up to the north. I got Dark Souls. Adam Krigler and I were hanging out a lot, and he was like, you got to get Dark Souls, dude. It's like the best game ever. And I was like, well, I got Dark Souls 2, and I don't really like it that much. He's like, the first one's the best. So I gave it a shot. I bought Dark Souls. I played it for like 10 or 20 minutes, and I was like, this is just, I just don't like it. Sometimes you don't like something, and people will be like, no, try it. Trust me, you'll like it. It's like, this is, some things I like, some things I don't. And games like Dark Souls, where it's like, the end boss is basically a computer program where, I mean, I'm not, a lot of games are like this, but it's like the boss is going to run at you, swing, swirl around twice, charge, stomp, dive back, run at you, swing, swirl around. Then once you get it below a certain amount of hit points, it does its ability, and then it changes its algorithm. But like, once you memorize the algorithm, you just dodge, swing, roll, swing, dodge, wait 2 seconds, move forward, swing, dodge, and like you just memorize the pattern and then you beat it. But if you don't know the pattern, you just constantly die until you learn the pattern. And I find those games draining. Just like a bunch of old Nintendo games were like that. And like once you memorize the pattern, you can just beat the game without dying. And that's what these Dark Souls games felt like. So when I looked at Elden Ring, I was like, it's just exactly the same. It's Dark Souls. And I'd rather play games where like you don't really need to know what's coming. You can just kind of use your skills to tackle any situation, and that it changes. That the enemies change. Now the end bosses in Diablo are kind of like that. They kind of do the same thing over and over again. So once you figure out their pattern, you can take them out. But like the enemies in this game are like, they come from every direction. They'll appear. You never know what's coming. Even if you know what's coming, you got to like be able to see it because there's a lot of it. It's more fast-paced. Dark Souls games are really slow. So that's where I'm at on Elden Ring. Someone else asked about a different game too. Elder Scrolls Online. Yeah, I play Elder Scrolls Online. I like that game a lot. I was playing that a couple nights ago, actually. On stream. It was great. I've got a lightning sorcerer that's also a healer. It's a high elf sorcerer. Alright, I'm going to tear through this dungeon here. Yeah, this is kind of chill. This game's like... You can make it high stress if you want to go into these dank-ass dungeons. I was playing Demon's Mirror earlier, which is like It's a thinking man's game. I like it quite a bit. It's a turn-based strategy game in the guise of a card game. Someone asked me the other night what my favorite card game was online. And it made me think, like, about games in general and how they're built and all that. And I tend to call games like, we'll call it Slay the Spire, which a lot of people look at and be like, it's a card game. It's actually like a turn-based strategy game in the guise of a card game. So, like, you get random skills every turn, but you have, like, a pool of abilities that you may get to use this round based on the skills you've learned throughout the game. And then you're able to forget skills so they no longer appear in your pool. Now, whether those appear on, like, a list, a drop-down list that you click, or as cards in your hand is kind of irrelevant. That's more graphical. So to call it a card game is kind of like... It looks like a card game, but it's really just a turn-based strategy game. But then I guess you could argue like Magic the Gathering is just a turn-based strategy game, even though you use cards. Oh, a little bit of lag there. Oh. I've turned off all of my numbers that'll appear when I attack the enemy, except for vulnerable damage. So you won't see any damage pop up. You won't see any numbers pop up unless they're vulnerable. They take vulnerable damage, I think. Or maybe it just says when they're vulnerable. That thing said bloated corpse, but it looked like it said boyfriend. I don't know why. I was like, am I really killing my fat boyfriend? Alright. Here we go. To the boss. And no... Anon Lynn. What's up, dude? Thank you for the follow. Alright. Yeah, what I'm doing right now I would not consider challenging. It's more about tying up loose ends. What's up, Wild Freak? I'm sorry, Weld Freak. Weld Freak. I don't know how wild you actually are. It's the Crossland, everyone. Look. I am the Crossland. There are others like me. Other Crosslands. Others before me. And those that will come after. Is this the right direction? No, it's not.
I need more time.
How am I using 1 through 4 for my abilities? It just takes a little bit of getting used to. I do a lot of QWER with Heroes of the Storm. So I'm very used to QWER, but you sit down with 1, 2, 3, 4, and what'll happen is I'll be playing Diablo for like 20 hours, and then when I go to play Heroes of the Storm, I keep pressing 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's pretty embarrassing for like the first 8 minutes. I'm like, oh god, I'm misclicking. I'm sorry, guys. Like I'm like, why are my abilities not working? Got to move my fingers down a notch, QWER, and I'll be at Heroes for a while, and I get back to this, and I'm like, okay, I look at the bottom of the screen, it says, I'm like, 1, 2, 3, 4, okay. But basically, it's a horizontal pattern of clicks, so it's not too confusing once you just get used to the horizontal. The story of my last name, Crossland. Crossland. Well... To be honest, I don't know exactly. I'm kind of making it up as I go. I thought that it was people that adventured that were like explorers that crossed land. That was what I thought when I was a young kid. I was like, oh, my ancestors must... And they were like Rufus Putnam, founded Marietta, Ohio. He was like one of George Washington's commanders. He's like one of my ancestors. So Putnam was an explorer. I don't know if he's a land surveyor or what. You can read about Rufus Putnam online. But he was the Putnam, not a Crossland. So the Putnams, I'm related to the Putnams, and I think that might take me back all the way to the Salem witchcraft trials. I don't know if Rufus was related to Anne Putnam, but when you hear about the Salem witchcraft trials, Anne Putnam was the witch. She was like the one that was known for calling out other people and calling them witches and stuff. Like, she was kind of the villain of the story, but I think she was like a young girl tripping on ergot, as far as I can tell, and no one knew they were tripping on ergot. They had like a bad batch of ergot in their rye. I think that's probably the... So I don't know if the Putnams go all the way back to the Salem witchcraft trial, or if it's a different Putnam family. But the Crossland... Then I started reading about Crossland Hills in England. It has one S. My last name's got two. So it might be related to the Crossland Hills. And then I'm like, oh, is this where they would crucify people? The land of the cross. That's a cooler story. So I kind of want to believe that. But I don't know. I don't know, and I don't know how to confirm it. I mean, the internet's a great, like, people figuring it out, like helping you figure it out. It's a great way to figure it out. If anybody has any data on it, I'd love to know more about it. I wonder if these are the same guys being summoned over and over again, or if they're all different. Like, John's like, do I really have to go again? He just killed me, and he's like, it's been 6 deaths. I don't think we're going to win this time. And Diablo, the Lord of Hell, is like, you're going anyway. It's like World War I. You're going, or I'm going to kill you myself. And you're like, ah, fine. Maybe we'll win this time. Hello there, Mills. I want to read that name. Mills Templerowski. There it is. Mills Templerowski. Hello, sir. Or ma'am. Hello. Greetings from where? Berlin? Awesome, dude. Berlin, Germany. I hear it's a phenomenal place. I hear it's like a party town. Like, it is like an art center. Art capital of the world. One of them, Berlin. Everyone I know that's been there says, like, dude, you would love Berlin, man. It's like bohemian party, crazy art. Whoa. It's freaking awesome that I can hang out with somebody from Berlin on the internet. This technology, man, it will never cease to amaze me, that's for sure. No, this is not hardcore. That's Dan's... Atastic. No, this is on... I don't know. It's on Torment 4, but it's on like regular Eternal mode. I didn't want to play this as a... What do they call it? As a roguelike, where I lose my character and then 60 hours of investment has just gone out the window. Not for this game. There are games that I do like that stuff, but I kind of wanted to just get a guy. I was inspired because I was watching Elon Musk play on X with his druid, and I'm like, well, that's impressive that the dude is launching rockets and he's in the pit level 144 with his druid. I'm like, you know what? If he can do it, I can do it. And it would be fun to play remote with Elon anyway. So I didn't want to lose my... Also, I had this guy already from back in the day. He was like level 40. I hadn't touched it for a while. It's been like Had been a year or so since I played it.
It's locked.
I need a key to open this door. Fortunately, that dude had it. He's all, my key. He must have felt so important carrying that key around. Just like the fucking talk of the town. Everyone in the dungeon knows him. They're like, yo, well, you can't get in unless you ask Shield guy.
I lack the key.
The drowned sea hag was like, I trust you to carry the key, but none of the others. Yes, Max Obols. Been waiting my whole life for that. What's next? Ian's the best. We love you, Ian. Well, thank you. But who's we? Who are you speaking for? Are you a representative of... Are you representing your family? I appreciate it, ma'am. That's from Isn't James, by the way. No, this is Eternal. I think... That's a good question. Brandon asked, do you think Donald Trump plays Diablo? I don't. I've just got a feeling he doesn't. I don't think he plays video games at all, actually. Could be wrong about that. Be cool if he did. I'd love to watch some PvP between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump before the election. Just any old game, really. Doesn't really matter. Just something that they're both proficient at. Like, which one of them is sharper? Which one of them cares more? Alright, I gotta hit these down. I'm just gonna tear through this trash and take these dungeons down one by one. Let's do it. Seems like a Candy Crush kind of game. Oh, D-Bones. Donald seems like a Candy Crush kind of gamer, like just on his phone every once in a while he's sitting there. It'd be nice if you walked into his house and you're like, oh shit, and he had a gaming station, like one of those chairs with like the monitor that's up over him, and he's like, check this out, and it like zing, and he's like in VR and shit. He's like, put this on, and you wear your VR and you're standing there next to him. He's like, most people don't know. That'd be so hardcore, dude. We're gonna get a gamer president at some point that can really identify with the people of the world in and through virtual reality as well as regular. It's so important to be able to identify with people. Not to play video games itself, but just to be able to identify with most people. And I think video games is a good way to do that. It just taps into another part of the brain and another type of person. I don't know why. I've loved video games my whole life. Since I was like 2. The king of Monopoly? Sean Freitas, you think Vivek's the gamer president? I'd game with Vivek. You know he's down to learn, if anything. I mean, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez loves Among Us, so she's a candidate. It'd be fun to watch her and Vivek play Among Us. Like have to work together or slaughter each other, depending on the situation. Well, I guess one guy would be doing the slaughtering if they get the villain card that round. Among Us is okay. I mean, it's fun. It's like that game, Werewolf or like Mafia that you play as a group where you all sit around and have your heads down. Some people get tagged as you're in the Mafia this round, and then they've got to like collude to destroy all the other innocent people, where the innocent people got to find out who's in the Mafia and get them before they're got. And then Among Us is like just a video game version of that. It's awesome. It's fun on voice chat. It's kind of cheap on text. That's my personal opinion. And that's all I'll say about other people that aren't here with me right now. I'm not going to talk about them behind their back. But if they want to come challenge me to a duel of wits, I'm happy to confront their weaknesses. Well, thanks for representing chat, bro. Carnivore by Design, Patriot Edition. I'm still playing WoW 20 years later. Are you on vanilla? Or are you taking the expansions? Me and Tim and Chris started another vanilla campaign, but that was before we launched IRL, and then IRL kind of took over. We were looking at just being gamers, like, full on for a while. That's Tim Pool and Chris Pool. Tim and Chris. They're so hardcore though. They just like pour everything into it. And I was like, it's vanilla WoW. I'm playing as a healer. I kind of want to just explore the land and gather herbs, and like that's sort of my style when I play, because I'm obsessed with like dominating the auction house, and I do that by alchemy. I just travel around for a couple hours a day, collect herbs, make rare potions, buy out the entire auction house of those potions, and then relist them at a markup. And then I would make potions that were rare but utilizable, and then sell them for a big profit. But I was a big fan of controlling the auction house. And then I would make all this money, tons of money in that game. And then I would buy backpacks, 16-slot backpacks, and give them to everybody I knew. It was back when you could transfer your backpacks in WoW, those traveler backpacks. So I'd get like, oh, I think I'm maxed out on items almost. I made sure everyone in my guild and all my friends had maximum traveler backpacks. It was like Christmas. Felt like I was like Santa Claus coming in and being like, here, the most valuable thing in the game, more inventory space. And they were expensive. They'd be like 16 gold back in the day. I think they were like 16. No, they were 16 slots. I don't know how much they would cost. Auction house would fluctuate. But yeah, I was that guy. And then I realized, like, oh, YouTube's better than this. That was, I was playing a lot of Warcraft, and then I found YouTube. And I was like, I think YouTube's more fun video game than Warcraft. So I was telling my friends, like, I've got a video game addiction. I need to get rid of that. So I took my Warcraft CD, and I snapped it in half one night and walked. It was in LA. And I was like, I'm doing something big with my life now. I took it to like a sewer. There was a sewer drainage system. And I snapped Warcraft in half and threw it in the sewer. And I didn't play video games for like 2 years after that. And I just made YouTube videos constantly. YouTube videos, all about getting famous and making a splash on YouTube. That was all I cared about. So I started pouring those hours a day that I was doing into Warcraft into making videos and watching videos and responding to videos. It was kind of, you know, it was like, why am I doing this? Just, I didn't really know why. I just knew I wanted to. Because I was like an actor at the time in Hollywood. I was like, I'll get famous this way. And then the pendulum swung that, and then it came back, and now I'm like, yeah, I can do both. Make YouTube videos, cover music, talk about things I love, and I can play video games and stream it online. Can do all the above. Because in 2006, it was hard to stream video games. I don't think you could really stream video games online at that point yet. The technology hadn't really been invented. You ask an Ian, Commodore 64, a computer or a gaming console? Commodore 64 is a computer. It was a computer that we had back in the day. With diskettes, 5.5 floppy disks, 5.5-inch floppy disks, and cartridges that you could plug into it. So I could see how you would consider it potentially a gaming station because it had cartridges. But because it had disks and a computer monitor and a keyboard, I'd call it a computer. If you were asking. It looked like you were asking what I thought it was.
Very well.
Much thanks, friend.
Whoops. What's up, Treadbull? Ian's back sweeping up snack packs. Is that what I'm doing? Oh, yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying, K9. It's a controversial subject about the Commodore. All I did was game on that thing. I mean, I did a little bit of coding where I would go into the DOS, or it was pre-DOS. It was in C. I guess it was the language was C. I don't really know what the computer language was, but you could go in and like type some some commands into it and change the color of the screen, or you could make certain noises. So I would do some programming on it. But 99.8% of what I did on that thing was video games. Yeah, poking sprites. It's that kind of thing. It was cool as like a 6-year-old or a 7-year-old to be able to learn to have that kind of fun on a machine. But I played a lot of mail order Monster. Jet. My dad was a big fan of the game Jet. It was like a jet fighter simulation. Thought that game was pretty cool. Not much to it. You just kind of flew a jet around. Then we got like Chuck Yeager's Air Combat. I think that was on. We eventually got a PC with Windows 3.1. That was like the upgrade of the century right there.
I'm out of mana.
But it didn't have a sound card, but it didn't really matter. We had Wolfenstein, the original Wolfenstein, and they'd be like, like they'd be trying to say Achtung, which is German for attention, because you're fighting Nazis, but there was no sound card, so that's what it sounded like. But the gameplay was so good compared to like everything that had come before it. 3-dimensional first-person shooter. I think that was like the first first-person shooter was Wolfenstein, and we had it. It was so good. God, it was so good. Secret Walls. It was the precursor to Doom. They actually relaunched Castle Wolfenstein at some point. Sokram. Hey, Sokram, thanks for the subscription, man. Big time, dude. That's awesome. Subscription on Prime. Welcome. I'm glad you like the channel. Let's keep it going. You've given me the inspiration to slaughter another one. And another one. I think I gotta go to the middle here. You played Paint game on it that had the Illuminati symbol on the splash screen. I don't remember that. Paint. The Paint game. What did it look like? The Paint game, the Illuminati symbol. Whoop. Let me out of here. All I want to do is leave. Oh, I see a bunch of words that I like in this message from Sniper Lemming. Dude, did you ever play Lemmings, by the way? We had Lemmings once we got the PC. Oh, Mousetrap. Well, I had the board game of Mousetrap. Potty Pigeon? That sounds funny. Wait, I want to read this chat from Sniper Lemming. My best friend when I was like 6 had a ColecoVision. Yeah, my buddy had a ColecoVision with the game Pickaxe Pete. Nick Stevens had it around the corner. That was high tech, man. Because I had an Atari, I think, at the time. I think that was even pre-Nintendo. But my first console was an NES, the Nintendo Entertainment System. I think my first PC was one my dad brought home from work, and it was a DOS machine. So you're like talking like late 80s, mid-late 80s. Dude, yeah, when we got the Nintendo, we had an Atari 2600 when I was really little, like 2 or 1. I think as early as I can remember we had it, but I think I was around 2 when we got it. Plugged it into the TV downstairs on like the old, where you had to like click the channel knob to like click it to the next channel number, with the antennas on the top. And you like plug the Atari into the back. The Atari had like prongs that went into the back of the TV, and you'd have to like flip a switch to turn it on, and then flip it back to watch TV. And then in I think when I was 4, we got the Commodore 64. So like 83, we got a Commodore 64, and both those systems were awesome. I mean, Atari is just pure gameage. The Commodore also, I utilized it as pure gameage, and a friend of mine also had a Commodore 64. Josh Carradine had one. So we would trade games. I could borrow like some of his games. And there was one game where like you had to build this giant mirror because an asteroid was going to hit Earth or a meteor. And if you beat the game, it shows the Earth with a big mirror on the side, and the meteor comes down and hits and bounces off the mirror. I don't remember the name of the game, but you played as all these different people from around the world. Like you played as a Russian dude with like the big tall hat, and you would have to. And it was like a side-scrolling adventure where you would like jump on platforms, or like a platformer. And every character was like from a different country, so it's kind of like all the people of Earth were working together to build this giant mirror to deflect the meteor. And that was a fun game. I always wish I could remember the name of that game. If anyone ever, I look online, I'm like, what game? Commodore 64, build a giant mirror. I think it was a cartridge game. Because I want to watch gameplay footage of it. I remember it being just, the graphics being so vibrant, you know? And then I look back and it's like 16 kilobit square characters. But like as a kid, when you see that on TV in like 1983, it's like your imagination plugs in everything else and you see like the real person, even though you're looking at like blocky colors and stuff. But I kind of remember that one being better graphics than a lot of other Commodore and Atari games. The Commodore just had it was a little bit better than the Atari for graphics. And then obviously the ColecoVision was a big step up from that. The Odyssey was a huge advancement at the time. And then in '84, when the Nintendo came out, all bets were off. Our parents bought us one for the Christmas of I think '84. The Nintendo Entertainment System with Gyromite and Duck Hunt. And Hogan's Alley. I talked about that on another stream. The 3-game. They bought us, it came with Gyromite, Duck Hunt, and Rob the Robot, who was supposedly your robot operating buddy, is what Rob stood for, R-O-B. And he had two eyes you could look up Rob the Robot for Nintendo. It would you'd set it in front of the screen, it had like hands, and it would move to the side. It would watch your gameplay, and when you get to a point where you needed the 2-player controller to do something, you'd like take the 2-player controller, you'd stick it into Rob's slot, and then Rob would like grab a gyro thing. He'd pick it up, he'd move, he'd put it down, and he'd spin it and drop it on the controller, and it would stay spinning on the B button, and so it would activate your B button. And then when you would walk, it would make it's Gyromite was the name of the game. It would lower the thing for you, and then you could walk through. And then he'd pick the thing back up and then move it and then put it back down, I believe. And then like you get to the next one and he'd do it again for the A button. You'd spin it and it would like go zing, and there'd be this like gyroscope on the A button, and then you'd be able to walk through A. But it was like so clunky, and getting Rob and it took forever. It took a long time for him to like turn and grab the gyroscope and move it. So fortunately, me and my brother could play, and one of us would just be the 2-player. And we'd like, when we'd get to the red columns, we'd hit B, and in the blue columns, you hit A. I think it was A and B. I think those are the colors. But you could also like betray your friend and squish them. If they stood on the column and you let the button go, it'd go back up and they'd get flattened and get killed. So you kind of had to work together, and it was like a trust building game. It was pretty fun. That was like the first side scroller for the Nintendo, was Gyromite. And then a year later, Super Mario Brothers came out, the first, which was like, my friend Laura had it, Laura Blue, down the street. That game, I remember it being on the phone, calling my parents from her house when she had it, and being like, can I stay over here a little longer? Because I think that's what the conversation was. Because it was like really good graphics. Super Mario Brothers was really good graphics compared to everything that had come before it. And it was like, it was really fast. Like Gyromite, you couldn't jump in Gyromite. It was you would either get lifted up by the pillars and walk, or not. The sign, and you could like pick up radishes and like move them and drop them and stuff. But Super Mario Brothers, it was so fluid. Like you could jump and like turn and in midair and stuff. It was like, Atari never had anything like that. Atari was like, you'd be up and you could like go a pixel over, but there was no fluidity. Like it didn't really have much fluidity. So that Super Mario Brothers game, I didn't love the game that much. I thought it was okay. There were other games that I liked better than that, but it was really groundbreaking. And then after that, people just started making clones of it over and over and over again. I thought Super Mario Brothers 2 was like really, really good. I had that. I owned that game. We didn't own Super Mario Brothers, the first one. And it would always irk me when people would call it Mario Brothers. I played Mario on the Nintendo. I'm like, you didn't play shit, dude. Mario Brothers is the game that's two guys on like in a world where there's turtles coming out of pipes on the side. It's before Super Mario Brothers was ever invented. There's no word super, and it's just called Mario Brothers. And it's two guys, Mario and Luigi. They had no names. They were just the Mario Brothers. And you run, and there's the POW block in the middle. And if you jump and hit it, this is on the Atari, Mario Brothers. You'd hit POW, and it would flip all the enemies over that were on the screen. Then you could go kick them, and then coins would pop out of the sides. That was on the arcade. So to this day, whenever people are like, I used to play Mario, I'm like, bro, be specific. Like, you're not a true gamer if you call Super Mario Brothers Mario Brothers. You got to get it straight. That game is called Super Mario. That game was big time. That was a big deal, that game. And Mario Brothers is great. I always thought Mario Brothers was really fun. It was a good arcade game. But totally different than Super Mario Brothers. See, what I should do right now is pull up some gameplay footage of it so you can get some reference of what I'm talking about. Let's see how I do that. Oh. This is the original Mario Brothers. 1983 arcade game. This game is awesome, dude. He's playing as one player right now. It's you and Luigi, and you can like work together, or you can try and... You're technically trying to beat each other. This game was freaking good, dude. Saving that POW block. I don't remember if you can jump on top of him or not. The game's so awesome. Alright, enough of that. I think I got my fair use out of it. Whoop. Let's pull this back up. There we go. Oh, that's what I should do, is I should mute it before I pull it back up. Cool. So that's my sermon on video games in the early 80s. I'm a purist. I'm also big into accuracy. When people are like, oh, dude, I had Mario, I'm like, I'm not talking to a real gamer. You always know when you're talking to a real gamer when they can specify between Mario Brothers and Super Mario Brothers. Paper Mario? I never played Paper Mario. You played Sam Derry? You and your brother played the hell out of Mario Brothers? I didn't have it. It was like on the Nintendo 70, or it was on the Atari 7200. It didn't exist on the 2600. It couldn't graphically handle it. But, or it just, for whatever. I don't think it was on the 2600. We owned a 2600, but my friend Laura Blue, who I was telling you about, who had the, she got Super Mario Brothers first. Somehow, she got that game, like, right away. Before I'd even heard of it, I didn't know. I just saw it. She just had it, and I was like, whoa, this game's cool looking. This game's awesome. I thought so, too. I thought Super Mario Brothers 2 was very weird. I loved that the characters were all different. That the princess could float, could hover. Toad was really strong. He could rip stuff out of the ground really quick, so he was good for getting lots of gems in those behind-the-scenes realms to get extra guys and stuff. I think Toad was my favorite character in Super Mario Brothers 2. Dude, Chronic Abundance Nicholas is like Super Mario was great. My first games are Mario and Duck Hunt. Yeah, that's it, dude. When they came, well, what happened was in the very beginning, Nintendo released it was two different cartridges, Super Mario Brothers. No, it was Gyromite and Duck Hunt. But then eventually, the Nintendo came out where it was one cartridge, and it was Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt in one cartridge. And you put the cartridge in, and you would pick the game before the game started. Do you want to play Super Mario Brothers? Or do you want to play Duck Hunt? That was really when the Nintendo was like hitting the mainstream, because the whole Gyromite thing, it was so early. I don't think people really had grasped, and there weren't that many games out for it yet, so it wasn't super, super popular yet. It's like I'm trying to remember some of the earlier. I think Zelda was an early game. I don't know how early. Was it 85 when Zelda came out, or 86? I think it was 80. Is that right? Was it the Christmas of 86 when the Nintendo was released? Like November 86, or was it November 84? Someone can look that up. In fact, I can look that up. NES release date. Wait, this is saying they released it in 87? Maybe it was the Christmas of 87 that we got it. Oh, February 86. So maybe we got a Christmas of 86. 84 was, it felt very early to say that it was 84. North America launched in 85, so October 85, and then we got it Christmas 85. That's I think what it was. Including Super Mario Brothers, Duck Hunt, and Hogan's Alley. I didn't know. Yeah. Hogan's Alley was a good one. They really leaned into the light gun in the early games. The Ned. Oh, you're saying the NES lag plays? Got the NES with the pistol and the double game. Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt. He was the most popular kid on the block after that. Dude, it must have just been party town at his house as much as possible. If you're the only one around with a light gun, holy shit. Dude, it was a I also got the Power Glove. Did you guys get the Power Glove when that came out? What a flop that was. I wanted to like it. Everybody wanted to like it. I think they highlighted it in that movie The Wizard. We used it in a movie we made, like a home movie, this ninja movie. One of the one villain he got his body broken. There was this one guy, he was like the mechanic. He was played by my buddy Josh. He was the mechanic. I think he was the mechanic. And then he got his body got destroyed by the ninja, because the ninja was just a psycho ninja that went around killing everything he could find. And so his body was broken, but then they rebuilt. Then the cyber ninja like rebuilt his body with the Power Glove, and he was like a cyber mechanic. Pretty good movie. It was like before I understood audio, so it's visually stunning. Not really, but it was like on a home movie camera. Me and my Steve played like the two main ninjas that had to fight the Cowboy Ninja. Cowboy Ninja was the name of the movie. Cowboy Ninja was the villain, and played by Matt Ascenti. And he was like, "Now you have the power of the Power Glove," but the audio is terrible because it's all like home movie camera audio. We didn't have any microphones or anything. If I can, I will go back to my parents' house, grab the cassette that it's on, and upload it on YouTube, that movie, because it is so bad. It was like our first like full length. It was like a 15-minute movie, but the audio, you can't hear the audio. Because we'd be like across like 30 feet away or 20 feet away talking at normal volume, and the camera, it'd be picking it up like this. You can only hear the words like this. So we knew what we were saying. We thought it was very funny, but like, it's just an audience member. You'd be like, what in the fuck is this trash? And I learned my lesson after that about movie making, about audio. Oh, did a cover go live? It did. Yep, I've got a bunch of covers scheduled for 7 p.m. And I was considering not running them on the days that I'm streaming live and just having them go up during the week when I'm on IRL. However, a cover just went live on YouTube, and I rescheduled the one yesterday because I was streaming. But thanks for reminding me that a cover has gone live. And you should, it's Eve 6. I would swallow my pride. You should put that on underneath the game stream. Pull up my most recent YouTube video, Inside Out, cover of Inside Out by Eve 6, and play it underneath this because it's going to go along really well with the hot action. They're here. Get ready. I care so little about the outcome of this battle. As long as I survive. I don't care if those 3 guys get killed or not at all. I think we have a chance. We got a chance. A chance in hell. Fucking did it. Together we did it. Nice job, everyone. Ah, it's so chill in here. Safety Crocs, what's up? It is like the, quote, Beats to Study By channel, but with Ian. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Welcome to the Chill House, spelled H-A-U-S. Beats to chill by. Yeah, I thought Diablo 2 was phenomenal too, Mike. It really was a big, big, big upgrade from Diablo 1. Like huge. And they hadn't done really a game like it since Diablo 1. They hadn't really captured the essence of Diablo 1 until Diablo 2, and it was the same company, and it was just better in every aspect. I think it was better. Every aspect. Vulnerable. Like me. He's just emotionally vulnerable, that's all it is. Let's go. What are all these dead druids doing in here? Guess we'll never know. He wouldn't answer me. Cow level? The cow level. Yeah, the cow level was in Diablo 2, if I remember correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course, but oh, hello, Star Wavering. Hello, by the way. And that was because of Wart. You could get Wart's leg. Like, Wart was a character in Diablo. He was the guy that would identify your items for you. Or no, I guess Cain would identify. Wart was the guy that you could buy items from. He was like a kid in town that survived in Tristram. Wart. And I love that song, that Tristram song too. And then in 2, you find his peg leg or something, and you use it to get to the cow realm. I only, what's up, Nick? Nick Determined. That's a cool name, by the way. Determined. Yeah, man, I'm gaming. Dog. What's up? Yeah. Jason, you're gonna vote for Graphene for president in 2024? That's bold of you. And an excellent choice. Not only will graphene lead the way, but it'll do it with humans. I'm so happy that people love graphene. It's because people truly see that maybe not the solution, but a solution to a lot of the problems, the woes of society, the economic issues, is a scientific materials revolution. If you can actually produce better materials, then that is the economic solution, and they see it in the graphene. Not only the material itself, but the ease of production, the way it can be made. Like, you use trash to make it. It's freaking... The pieces are laid out. The puzzle is complete. In some ways, all I cared about was teaching people about graphene. I never had anticipated actually building it myself, but in other ways, it's like, might as well get on, like, accelerate the process and have some control over how it happens, because I think I can help the ethics of the materials. Because like any materials, steel, whatever, if it gets into the hands of people that are destructive, chaotic, and stupid, it can do a lot of bad things. But in the hands of, you know, I don't know, good people, ethically decisive people, ethically derisive people, I don't know if that's the right word exactly. People that are willing to make personal sacrifices to ensure the benefit of the whole. You can do a lot of good with that stuff. I'm kind of like torn about what to do with this, because like the flash Joule heating process for graphene, we were talking about it earlier. You can like pull carbon dioxide out of the air. Well, there's a lot of things you can do, but one, you can pull carbon dioxide out of the air. Two, you can just mine dirt and turn it into graphene. All the carbon in the dirt can be converted into graphene. And it's pretty easy to do, relatively. So, like, once the world figures that out, every vile dictator, horrible totalitarian government is going to be able to do it. So, like, to accelerate that process of both the good and the evil being able to access and create massive materials revolutions, it's like trying to slow it down isn't going to stop it. So it's kind of that thing where it's like, just get ahead of it, get in the cockpit, be the pilot, might as well. I've been in contact with this company. They're called Universal Matter. It's a graphene production company. Cool people. I kind of touched base with them and then didn't really follow up, so I haven't pushed the envelope hard on them, but they are big on... John Leeuwenhoek is the CEO. They work with Jim Tour, also the scientist down at Rice. He's like graphene pioneer. And they're really awesome people. I think it's a private company though, so it's not a company you can like invest in necessarily. Oh, runestone, huh? Alright, alright, alright. And drink a little water. Star warning? What are you saying? Star waving. Ian, hard to find people to talk to. And I know you have an open mind. I believe my hypothesis of, quote, theory of everything will help change the game, even with graphene. Well, not that big a deal, but graphene spelled with an E, not an I. Graphene. Just for the future, so you know. What is your theory of everything? I know it's probably challenging to put into a YouTube chat. By the way, follow me on Twitch, YouTube, and X, where I'm streaming all of the above at right now. So Eric Weinstein talks a lot about theory of everything. And I think the thing about the theory of everything is that there are multiple theories of everything. There's a lot of different ways to look at everything. And a problem with science in the past has been that once one person figures out a way, they want to pretend like that's the only way. And the reality is you can look at one thing from a trillion different patterns. Like I can look at it as a binary, I can look at it as a trinary, I can look at it as a quadrinary, I can look at it as like squiggly shapes over here, these parts over here, but as long as they consume and mass the whole, it's still one way to look at everything. So what's your theory of everything? In a nutshell, what's the elevator pitch? Maggot. I love slaughtering these maggots. Putrid plague maggot. Eat it, maggot. I'm bringing the word maggot back and reminding everyone what it means. Little fly larva. Little insectoid larva maggots. Number 2 pencils with graphite will be awesome. Do you mean number 2 pencils with graphene? Could you imagine a pencil that never ran out? Oops. I think I can't get in there now. That's funny. I started it and then left. A pencil that lasted like 1,000 times longer than your average pencil, than your normal graphite pencil. Wow, maybe we just invented a concept for graphene. Pencils that last like 100 times, even if they last like 5 times longer. And they're really easy, because you could put a little bit of graphene in the graphite, I think. Now we're talking. Someone's going to patent that and become a billionaire. It's like the guy that patented the paperclip. Pencils that last longer. Spell check won't let you say graphene. Well, turn your spell check off. I have my spell check turned off. It's spelled like this. I turned my spell check off on my phone, and so I'd rather occasionally misspell something than have the computer try and twist my words. Well, Star Waving, if you want to send me some data, do it on X. That's the best place for me to receive stuff. You can either do it with a tag, because I'll see your tag, and then if it like goes, oh, looks like my inventory's full. If it goes somewhere like to a YouTube video or something where you're explaining it with the diagrams, that's helpful. If it's a big thing that I got to read, I'm not going to read it. I'll be honest. It's so time consuming to pick up a big paper and read it unless I know what I'm getting into ahead of time and there's a reason for it. I don't dedicate the focus. But that's holistic. That has nothing to do with you or anyone else. That's just a personal taking care of myself kind of thing.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Fine indeed. An equitable transaction.
The inventor of graphene, Sir Konstantin Novoselov, is an advisor for a crypto company that's centered on sustainability. Technically, he's not the inventor of graphene, but the discoverer. And I think there were 2 guys that are credited with that discovery in like the late 90s or something. And they discovered it. If this is the same guy, they discovered it by accidentally leaving scotch tape on graphite and peeling off the scotch tape and then looking at it under a microscope and seeing the phenic structure, the hexagonal structure of the carbon. And they're like, what is this? This is like that friction caused the graphite, which is just a mess of carbon, to turn out like it did. Cool. Now where are we going to? Yeah, it's like saying it's similar to calling Ben Franklin the inventor of electricity, which is it's not true. He discovered it, and discovered it in a. I'm sure it had been discovered in the past, so people may have discovered graphene in the past too, and then the discovery had been forgotten. It's possible, but like electricity has been discovered and rediscovered throughout time, but it was always there. It's just a matter of finding it. Hey there, Watchman on the wall. Ian, love you, my man. God bless you. God bless you too, sir. Blessings on you and your family. And your friends. And your local environment too, as well as your house and all the things around you. Heal them. By healing yourself. Positive mental attitude goes a long way. If people think they're sick, they'll probably get sick. But if they think that they're going to live, they'll live. It's not 100% accurate, but it creates tendencies. So when you give people positive hope, even if you're afraid for them, if you stay positive and help them believe that they're going to be okay, they're going to be okay. Say it with confidence, even if you question it. And you're not always right, but it does change the tendency. I'd rather be wrong once in a while and help people all the other times than not help people at all because I'm afraid of being wrong. Dreadful grizzly bear. What are you so dreadful about? You grizzly bear. Instead of calling them grizzly bears, I'm going to call them grizzly bears. You grizzly bear. Grizzly's an adjective. Why are you so grizzly? Where's the grizzle? Is it because you just woke up? Because you eat berries and poop and stuff? Because you haven't taken a shower in a long time. Snowy grizzly bear. Is that what you were? A lot of different grizzly bears out here. Also, there was no comma between snowy and grizzly, which is poor grammar by the developers. He's a snowy grizzly bear. Grizzle that rizzle. What's up, Dan? Dan Bolka. Hello. Hello, sir. You play Magic the Gathering? For some reason, I feel like you do. Could be wrong about that, though. Oh, I took that one to the face. Grizzle, grizzle, drizzle, grizzle, my grizzle. Yeah, dude. You're getting it. Now you're getting it. She's got an embossed leather belt. What's that all about?
Cinch this belt tight against the creatures of the night.
Lycan Firewalker. Travel to the wooded peaks, eh? I believe I am doing that as we speak. It's this way. Grizz the Riz. Hey, speaking of Randizzle Swizzle in the house. Big fan of the Grizzle. Squizzle my nizzle. If you're up to the task. Oh, here we go. Don't forget to jizzle my twizzle. And skablizzle the dizzle while you're at it. Giz. Skadazzle. Oh, jeez. Now he hit. I stood in his putrid stuff. That was my fault. Even this cheap shit has a chance. Just tearing through the garbage. It feels good. RPG IRL are dope. Yeah, I agree. Watchmen on the Wall. Me too. I think that too. I watched a lot of gameplay footage. You've never played Magic, Dan? Card games never really got into your blood except our family game Skip Bow. I think I've heard of Skip Bow before. It's like a game you and your family play. Skip Bow. Is it a game you guys made up, or is that like an actual game? Because that sounded kind of familiar. Yeah, I like RPGs in real life too. I like watching gameplay in gameplay footage as it's live too. Especially games that are like, one, it's chill. You get to hang out with somebody you like you're kind of there with them. I gotta go here now. Oh. 2, you get to watch the video game. You don't have to move your hands. You can sit back and eat or do whatever. Kind of relax. And it's sort of like watching TV, but it's way more interactive than TV. Because if you get inspired and you want to like connect with the gamer, you just like type in the chat, and if they're able to see it and they respond, it's like, oh shit, this is real. It's not just like it's over there. Like, we are here together. In EDH Commander, Knight Templar asked, what do I play in EDH Commander? I'll show you. This deck, particularly. Well, I just got this guy. I'm sorry, there's glare on it. Here's one with no glare. This guy sucks, but I'm going to make a deck with them. Urza, Chief Artificer. He makes artifact creatures. Here, you can pause this thing if you want to get a good look at it. That's fuzzy. Let me read it off. It's not very clear. He's got an affinity for artifact creatures, which means for every artifact creature I have, it costs 1 less to cast. So instead of a black, a blue, a white, and 3, I'm going to read I'm Not Your Buddy guy hitting it hard with a super chat, which I'm about to read, but first I want to explain this Chief Artificer.
I was hoping Tim wouldn't make the same mistake General Flynn did with the Deep State. I truly wish him the best. Maybe if he has a moment, tell him to check out what Viva Fry and Barnes gave as advice tonight.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm Not Your Buddy guy. I don't truly understand the context, but I will check it out. It was like talking to the FBI, or is that what it is? Hanging with the Fabees. Yep, you know, everyone's got their own path in life, but I'll definitely. I saw Viva Frey talking about that earlier today. He's like, it just gives them an excuse to find something. You give me the man, I'll find you the crime. I was like, I get it. And he's like, and also assuming guilt, making them say I was a victim, makes it seem like they've already acquired the guilty verdict without having to even do the trial. And you're like, yeah, I get you. I mean, David Freyheit, who's Viva Frey, is a fucking genius. I love the man, and he's a good guy, like a really good person deep down. I think he really cares. So that's great that he's focused on everything that's going on with the Tenet media scabacle. Shit's fucking crazy, man. Not really. I mean, it's like shocking, but it's not really surprising that there would be like whatever you want to call them, disinfo campaigns all over the place. It's the age of it, man. Like, for all I know, people in chat could be like, I don't want to say Russian, but just like, because it could be corporate bots. There could be bots like trying to twist your mind and give you opportunities that are actually like fabricated. Like, it's like everywhere you look, the age of disconception. I like that word, disconception. That's where. So Urza is affinity for artifacts, which means instead of a black, a blue, a white, and 3 for every artifact affinity for artifact creatures. For every artifact creature you have, it's 1 less. You can cast them for 3 if you got 3 artifact creatures out. Artifacts you control have menace, which means they can only be blocked by black and artifact creatures. I think that's what menace means. Is that what menace means? MTG. I should know this if I'm going to build a deck with this guy. Menace. Oh, no. Cannot be blocked except by 2 or more creatures. Menace. So all your artifact creatures have menace while this guy's on the table. And at the beginning of your end step, create an 0/0 colorless construct artifact creature token with the ability of this creature gets +1/+1 for each artifact you could control. Each artifact you control. So it's a lot like the other Urza that I have. This is my deck that's already built for my commander deck. It's this guy, Urza High Artificer. I love Urza. I love artifact creatures in general. This guy's a beast. When he comes out, he puts that 0/0 artifact out, same as this guy, on your end step. It's Urza, just in a different state of being. This one's got some black and white in him. This is just pure blue. So the deck I have built is a blue deck, and it's pretty good. It's not like nasty like. Let me show you something. I got a memory jar in here. This card's insane. Memory jar's insane. Here, I'll just pull off some cards off the top. Jace the Mind Sculptor, great for popping creatures, boomerang creatures. What else is there? Oh, islands. I don't know. I could probably. This is Mirrored and Besieged, I think. Yeah, Mirrored and Besieged. Whenever I play an artifact, I get to put a 1/1 artifact creature out. And then Urza can tap artifact creatures for mana. So it's like, as long as Urza stays out, the deck's pretty nasty. It's like tier 9 out of 10. But a lot of these tier 10 decks are unstoppable. They'll win with... I don't like infinite combos. I don't like the old Thassa's Oracle trick where I'm going to get my deck out of the game and beat you in one turn with one card. Like, I want to, like, overrun my enemies. I want to beat them through attrition. I want to win, like, building up large quantities of something and overwhelming. I just cannot stand infinite combos. I feel like it's like you're playing the video game and the game just the game just freezes. And you're like, I won. You're like, no, you froze the game. I guess you're the one that froze the game. So you might feel like you beat me, but you just froze the game. Like, it's not a... Beat me fair. Like, beat me real. Like, if we're playing Street Fighter 2 and you do a move that freezes the game and then you say you won, like, that doesn't feel like you won. So I don't like infinite combos in Magic the Gathering, and I refuse to do them. I think I did one once, and I've had like 50 Magic decks over the course of my life, at least. Probably 50 different Magic decks, or 35 or 40 Magic decks or something. I refuse to use infinite combos. I will use combos that slow you down and stun you and make you untap one thing per round and discard your hand, and like if you draw you have to discard it, like really suppressive combos, but I will not end the game in one move. I can't stand that shit. It is so boring. I want you to beat me fair. So a lot of these new EDH tournament decks are like instant win. Thassa's Oracle, I'll discard my entire deck and I win. Or I'll hit you for X, which X is infinity. I'll hit you for 10 million because I have infinite mana, because I have power artifact on a Basalt Monolith. I won't use Basalt Monolith in here. I refuse to. There's just too many broken combos with that card. I might be able to pull off a Basalt Monolith with no combos, but the thing is I've got Karn, the Great Creator, I think it is. So I can fetch artifacts from outside the game out of my sideboard and snap the game in half if I wanted to with like a Basalt Monolith. I just Karn the Great Creator, yeah. It's this guy. It's a foil, so it might not. I don't know if you're gonna be able to read it or anything. Like this, I could actually pull it up on the left. Here, I can actually show you this deck. Yeah, I know what I can do. This is cool. This is really cool, actually. Watch this. This is my deck. Let's do this. Okay. So this is, the website is called archidect.com. And this is my commander deck. It is Urza, Lord High Artificer is the guy. He's the commander right here. I don't know if I can pull the card up or anything. And I think you'll be able to read it. I can always zoom in and make it a little bigger, so that's easier to see. Yeah. Archidect.com. It's ARCHIDEKT. This is, and what I'll do is I'll go in here and then do the play tester. And then I'll be able to play test, like, this is my opening hand. Clockwork, like Unwinding Clock, Rhystic Study. I'll just talk you through the deck. No, just get out of here. Back to deck. This is what I'll do is I'll build it in Architect and then I'll play test it over and over again. Or is I got a Temporal Mastery. Take that extra turn, which synergizes really well with cards like Mystical Tutor. Put a card on top of the library, so if I can get this thing on top of the library, I can pop its Miracle Cost, take an extra turn for 2. It's really good. It also works with I got another card that puts something on top. I'm not sure. But you get a good look at everything here. I mean, I could talk you through everything. The Rings of Brighthearth obviously triggers him twice. It's so many options of things to do in this deck, but it's really about getting a lot of artifacts out, copying them, using them for mana to get more artifacts out, copying them. If I can get this on the table and make them all indestructible, that's a bonus. I got a lot of lands that will let me bring them back from the graveyard if they get destroyed. The biggest problem with this, it's a really good deck, dude. It's a really, I don't know, cost a lot of money. That's for sure to build this thing. Like over time, probably put like $1,000 into this deck or something. Maybe $700. Oh God, this is $1,000 just in my ramp cards. $100 here. These cards are worth this is like on Card Kingdom what the value of the cards are. Jeez, $341 here. So I guess the deck might be valued at like $1,500, $1,800, $2,000. It's so insane. The value of these cards are so crazy. That's the biggest problem with this. But you could. I've always in the past I would buy cards and then sell them when I needed the money. So, I got islands, but I have a lot of lands to fetch islands so that it can make my deck smaller. Like the less lands I have in here, the less likely I'm going to get one with Urza. You spend 5 with him, you shuffle your library, flip a card over on the top of the deck, and that card you can use for free. You can cast it for free. So if I pull a land with it, it's a big, like, womp, 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 like a big wasted ability for 5. So I want as few lands in here as possible, so that's why I have these fetch lands. It helps me get lands out of the deck. And it's really about... This card's so busted, dude. Mycosynth Lattice. It's so good in here because every card becomes an artifact. But so the real problem with this deck is keeping Urza alive. I only have like 1 counterspell on the deck, which is probably silly. I just bought a bunch of counterspells actually. I got a Force of Will. I think I got a Force of Negation too. In fact, I think they might literally be in my mailbox right now. I should probably go get them. And the Force of Will is a free counterspell. I have a mana drain. That's all I've got in here for counterspells. Which leaves Urza very vulnerable. If he gets popped, I have Lightning Greaves. Equipped creature has haste and shroud, so people can't target. I'll put the Lightning Greaves on Urza, so he can't be targeted. I also have a Swiftfoot Boots, which give him hexproof, so he can't be targeted. That gives him some defense. But like, I gotta find these 2 cards. Good luck in a deck of 100 cards to find 2. Got a lot of draw. I mean, by turn 5, so I'll show you like what an average game would look like with this. Take whatever I get. I'll just take it, keep it. I'm not even looking at what I got. All right. Is this all playing? Yeah, you can see all this. Urza Saga. Great fucking card to start the game with, that's for sure. Yeah, I'll start with the Saga. Turn 1. Wish I could zoom in a little more so you could read them. Maybe that's, if you got a big enough monitor, maybe you can see it. I'm actually kind of hard to see it myself. Turn 2. I only got 2 lands, but I think it'll be okay. Actually, I can throw out the Urza's Bauble. He's up to 2, so... See, it's already turn 2, and I haven't played anything, which is a big problem against Tim. And decks that Tim plays, because he plays, like, I'll beat you on turn 3 to kind of decks. I'm up against, like, the super challenging infinite win combo decks. And Dane's like, his commander's out by now. I'm like, oh, my God. Oh, so, like... I buy whatever's... Usually I go for whatever's cheapest regarding the cards. Every once in a while I'll be like, I gotta get the unlimited version of it because I love the big words in unlimited. But it's like, if it comes down to like, do I want to spend 49 cents or 79 cents on the card? I'll spend 49 cents on the card because I'd rather have more cards that are cheaper, that look shitty, than less cards that look cool. I'm a collector. I don't really care about graphics. Just in general, in games, in video games and card games, really. So turn 2, I'm tempted to play the Winter Orb, but I can't. It will destroy me. So I'm sitting here on turn 2. Turn 3, this is going to pop at least. Yeah, this is not. Unfortunately, it didn't really. Maybe I should have played that second so that I could use it. But what's going to happen is on turn 3, I would. This has 3. So I'm going to get the mana from it. It's going to go to my graveyard. I'm going to be able to search my deck for a Soul Ring, which is usually what I get with it. Put it into play. So I've got 1 mana floating in my mana pool. This program has all the newest art, which is annoying because I'm used to seeing the old Soul Ring art. I've seen it a trillion times. That's hyperbolic, but I've seen it. I probably passed right by it and didn't even see it. What's the new Soul Ring? Soul Ring. Yeah, here it is. Play it. I don't know why I didn't see it. Anyway, Urza. I got 1 mana floating in my mana pool. Here's 3 for this, which I'll say artifacts when it hits the cloud key, hits the ground. And at this point, that was probably silly. I've got 1 colorless floating. It's turn 2. I'll play Urza. Where is he? Where's Urza? Urza comes out. I add a construct. And then I can play 2, tap these for 2 blue with Urza to play the Winter Orb. And I'll be done. On their turn, they can only untap 1 land. So that's my second turn. Hopefully, I don't know what they're going to do. Hopefully they don't blow up Urza. I just play like this as if they didn't do anything. Turn 3. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm on turn 4. This is turn 4. So that was turn 3. This is turn 4. By turn 4, I'm ready to fucking chain off right now. Obviously, I'm going to play the... I'll keep that open. Play the Urza's Bauble. And because I tap the Winter Orb at the end of their turn, I can untap all my lands. And then I keep it untapped on my turn, so on their turn, they can only untap 1 land. I'll spend 3 for the cloud key and say artifacts. So all my artifacts cost 1 less. And I'll tap these for mana. For the Mystic Forge, probably. Look at the top card of my library at any time. If it's an artifact, I can cast it from the top of my library. Or I can pay 1 life and exile. If it's an artifact spell or a colorless spell, I can cast it. This is really good. Unfortunately, it is an artifact spell. And I can cast it for 3. Because of Cloud Key, it costs 1 less. This thing's fucking awesome. Taps for a blue. It also lets me look at the top card of my library. You may play historic lands, which are legendary, or artifact lands. And cast historic spells, which are artifact spells, legendary spells. But unfortunately, I'm done with my turn. I mean, unfortunately, it was a good turn 4. They get to untap 1 land. At the end of their turn, I'll tap it, untap all my stuff. Now, Urza is so vulnerable. He's just sitting there waiting to get blasted. But hopefully they don't. I draw that. I'm able to look at this. I can play this off the top because of these cards. These cards are so good. Mystic Forge and the Crystal Spyglass. You may play historic lands. They're so great. Artifact spells and color spells. Get that on the table. Crack it for... Oh, before I do that, I'm going to play the Rings of Brighthearth for 2. Reveal this before I crack my land. Yeah, now I'll do it. Search my library for a basic land, which I'll play. Shuffle. Reveal. Ethereum Sculptor is a phenomenal. Comes out for 1. Now my artifacts cost 2 colorless less. Now the question is, once I'm at this stage of the game, I'm like, what do I do? Do I start spinning Urza's? Well, I can reveal. I can get this guy out for 2. He's incredible. What would I copy with the Metamorph? I've got the Rings of Brighthearth and Urza, so I could spend 7 and trigger his ability twice. I could Phyrexian Metamorph, the Soul Ring for more mana. Go back on top. I want to cast it, though, before I trigger, because that's a good card to be sitting on top to be able to cast. And I really want Jace on the table, to be honest. You're probably like, why are you not playing Jace? Why are you not playing Jace? So at this stage of the game, I'd play Jace. He doesn't super synergize. Yeah, wise man say gameplay will always be second to graphics. Wait, gameplay will always be second to graphics. But that, you mean gameplay will always be first? Will always supersede graphics? But that does not mean you should just settle for bad graphics. Well, you have obviously not played text-based adventures, or Caves of Khud is the joke I was going to make. Oh, my favorite Magic single color is blue. It didn't used to be. It used to be white. But, yeah, the Urza's Bauble is great because it costs 0. And I can use it in the early game to speed through my deck, to get shit out of my deck. Or I can use it for mana when Urza's in play. So, it's kind of, it's a card I've never, I haven't touched this card in like 20 years. I had it, I think, Ice Age. It came out in Ice Age. And I was like, this card sucks. But a 0-cost artifact in here is pretty cool. Like, I just throw it off the top of my library. What's up there, Wreck You the Defiler? Hey, guys, I'm going to hit the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. So that's like an average 5 turns with this deck. I think I did 5 turns here. Assuming that the opponent did not interfere with my board, which is very unlikely, because it's quite possible that he's destroyed Urza and this entire thing is not happening because there's no Urza on the table. I would have to recast him. Or whatever. They blew up my Soul Ring, which slows me down. Countered something, which is always a possibility. It also assumes that they didn't play any, that I haven't had to tackle their shit, because if they had like their commander on the board, I would have played Jace and used his -1 ability to boomerang their commander to send it back to their hand or something. I would have had to kind of take evasive action to take care of their card. If they have a card on the table, it's a big deal. Meaning I might have spun Urza looking for a card. I might have exiled this to see what was next, like looking for something. There's a Mana Crypt I could play for free. This card's really, really, really good. Where the Mystic Forge is really good. Lets me play artifacts off the top, so it's like free draw every time I see it. Play that for 1. I get to play that for 1. Then I reveal this. It plays for free. Then I reveal this. I can't play it. So this would be a good opportunity to pay 1 life and exile the top card. And I can't play that, unfortunately. But then I could spin Urza, shuffle my deck, flip a card over, and then I can look at the top card again. This synergizes really well. Could start a new game really quick. I really like seeing my opening draws. Gives me an idea what to expect when I'm playing. I got rid of... No, I don't play... Ivir Alaska asked if I Magic the Gathering Arena. I don't. The problem with Arena is you got to buy the cards in Arena. And correct me if I'm wrong there, but you got to spend money on digital cards when I'm like, I can't sell them back. Like with these, at least I can like sell my deck later for $1,000 or something if I wanted to. And yeah, you know, they're vulnerable like to a fire or to theft, obviously. But like digital cards, it just feels like I already bought the cards. I don't want to spend another $1,000 to buy them in Arena. I don't know. Do they cost? If I could just make a deck and play against you, and I don't like, there used to be I want to make sure that the game doesn't shut down here. There used to be a program, a Magic the Gathering online program where you could just make any deck and play against anybody. You don't, yeah, but you don't have to spend money, but then you start with like junk. And like if I wanted to acquire this deck in Arena, would I have to buy packs in Arena for like 99 cents a pack or something? Or can I just put these cards in my Arena deck and play against you? Because if I could just put this deck in Arena and then play people, I will do that right now, literally within the hour, and be playing people online. But if I have to spend money or time accruing packs to randomly get cards, that he's got a super chat in here from that's Dan Zatic. Danzatastic. Thank you.
I may have found the name of the game from when you were a kid.
Tarum?
Cool, Tarum.
I don't know. Let's find out. Looks like it might be it. Let me see. I think this is it, dude. Oh my god. Wait a minute. It looks like it. I mean, I remember this kind of stuff. Yeah. You got each guy goes to collect a piece. If this is like take the hot air balloon. Wait a minute. But you're playing as one guy. In the game I remember you played as a bunch of different people. And then oh my god, yeah. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. Tear 'em, dude. Holy shit. I want to pay you a super chat for finding that. Wow, dude. Tear 'em? So I guess he just chose to play as this guy on this playthrough. And you get to pick what guy you want to be. I sort of remember a guy with a Russian hat, like one of those tall hats that are oh, Terramex. Terramex is what it's called. Terramex. Terramex, dude. I don't remember the music being this. I kind of remember the music being badass, but not this hardcore. Yeah, he's got the umbrella, so you can fall. You would get items. That was the cool thing about the game, is you would find items. Like, this is like almost unheard of. It's kind of like an RPG. So you would have to give an item to a different guy, and then maybe you could swap in different guys, but he's just playing as the same guy the whole time. And they're all holding the items for his guy. Terramex. Holy shit. Why is he walking on clouds? Because he flew up there because he got the vacuum cleaner. Oh, yeah. I remember that. I remember the vacuum cleaner. Josh Carradine had this, dude. And I was like, can I borrow that? And he was like, yes, you can. Oh, my God. Terramex. This game was fantastic. It was actually beatable, too, which made it really fun. I want to watch that ending again. It's just such a big payoff. Because what would happen is if you die, and you don't win, you don't have the reflector mirror here built, and so the thing goes blat and hits the earth, and that's the end and the game over. But instead, this happens. Wait a minute, we missed it. No, I need that payoff. So at the very end, you go to like a scientist with all the equipment that you found. And I guess you sit there for a while. Scientist's like, all right, let's do it. The music just never changes. So yeah, you're day 19 and the time's winding down. Like you're on a timer. He's like, you did it, bro. You did it, bro. Let's drink. And then it happens really quick. Oh my god, Terramex, dude. Yeah. Terramex for the win. Holy shit. How do I'm going to favorite that video for sure. Because I never want to forget. I want to remember this forever. Watch later. Oh my god, Terramex. Oh, people are commenting about it. One of my favorite C64 games. Took me to figure out how to reach the pot-bellied stove without dying. Music was great. It really was. I mean, it was hardcore. You didn't hear music like that very often. Ben Daglish? Who's Ben Daglish? Was that the developer, or was that just one of the characters? That might have been one of the characters' names. The first game I finished, it was actually beatable, man. That's what made that game so great. Obviously, I'm repeating myself at this point, but it's like... Oh, I'm sure this game is called Cosmic Relief. That sounds more familiar. Cosmic Relief on the Commodore 128. Was it called Cosmic Relief? Maybe they remade the game on a different system. Yeah, look at this. This guy's going to show us the way. Cosmic Relief. But this is on the Commodore 128. The name Cosmic Relief sounds more familiar. Same game, better graphics, slightly better graphics. Yeah, now he's playing as different characters. He's got the British explorer from like the late 1800s with that hat. He's not playing as the Russian guy though.
What? He died? Realize to create a bridge. Actually work.
Same ending.
Reanimation. Well, what do you want?
He's got to go change all the dials. Now he's super happy and he's like, let's drink to that, dude. Is that really? Is he really lifting up a beer at the end? That's funny. Well, show me what happens, scientist. We did it. It's real quick, too. Like, there's no build up to the ending. It just...
Wow, what a great animation. Instead of the asteroid smashing into the earth, it bounced off like that.
Thanks, dude. Shout out to Stu's Game Reviews for streaming this awesome thing. I'm going to save this also because I want to remember Cosmic Relief. It made me want to save the world, man. I already did want to do... I did and do want to save the world, whatever that means. One time I told my buddy, he was like, save it from what? And I was like, that's a good point. I was like, I don't know, self-consumption. Sustain the planet is a better way than saying save it, I guess. But stuff like this, I was like, wow, can one man really help build a reflector shield to reflect asteroids and comets? I didn't understand at the time how valuable that might actually be in the future because of the Torrid meteor stream. Like when you learn about how Atlantis got destroyed. And it looked like the Torrid, when we were moving through the Torrid meteor stream, it peppered North America's glacial continents and North Asia's glacial continent and like melted all the ice and caused a global flood. So we may actually have to end up reflecting or deflecting meteors. And I was thinking one thing we could do is shoot a ring of water around the planet, like with a giant. I mean, this is like a rudimentary way of thinking of it, but like fire a hose of water around the planet and then electrify the water. So it's like a frozen ring around our planet, and then electrify it and cause a magnetic pulse or a magnetic field to kind of pulse out and to push away magnetic debris like iron rocks and stuff, like meteors basically. But then what's happening is in the Torrid meteor stream, which is probably like the leftover bits of a planetary collision, there's like dense packets of meteor in this meteor stream. There's some parts of the meteor stream where it's hardly any meteors. It's all spread out. And there's some areas where they're all like really tightly packed together. And those are the areas that are really dangerous for the Earth of getting hit. So if we can go up there into the meteor stream and like spread out all the meteors so that it's homogeneous, so that it's like there aren't any like thick packets of meteor, then it'll be much easier to constantly push them away. And it'd either be like one ring of ice that we can electrify, or like a quadra ring or something, like a shape of rings. Like it could be a pattern of rings around the Earth that when electrified would produce a magnetic field that could be used to repulse metallic objects like meteors. And we've got time, man. We've got lots of time to do this. So it's a lot about like what Elon's working on, going multiplanetary, being able to work on the Earth from outside the Earth, from orbit and things like that. Because I'm like, if I took a hose up into orbit and started squirting it, it would freeze immediately. So you'd be shooting ice out of this thing, basically. But that doesn't mean you can't, like, move the hose forward and, like, leave a trail of ice behind it. And then you've got this giant ring of ice around the planet that could be electrified. I got goosebumps thinking about it. Also because my window's open and it's, like, 50 degrees out. Oh, I'm going to shut that. Well, thanks again to Terramex, Cosmic Relief, and the Danzatastic for just putting a puzzle piece together in my brain that's been missing for about 38 years. That is really cool of you, man. That is so cool. And it's like, give and ye shall receive. This is a big part of putting yourself out there on the internet and making videos and letting yourself be vulnerable, is because like people will help you. The things this one is like, well, it's a video game. It's not that big of a deal, but like there are parts of your life that are missing that maybe you don't even realize are missing. And the people out there, the people in the world will help you. They'll help you put yourself together and build yourself the way you want to be built. That is so cool, man. Thank you. And thanks again to Stu's Game Reviews for doing a long play of Cosmic Relief. Yeah, I think this is 1988, C64. I think that he had the Cosmic Relief was the name of the cartridge. Made by Datasoft. Wow. Cosmic Relief. It sure is. Just knowing that is a piece of Cosmic Relief. I'm going to put my magic card, this Urza deck back. I keep it in this thing. So I pop it open. The deck's in here. Then down here, I'll keep another deck down here. This is my Zur the Enchanter deck. I've got some other commander decks that are subpar. I got a dragon deck with or what is it? It's some 5-color dragon that's a 10/10 that costs 10 to play. It's okay. I've got an Eldrazi deck. But a lot of the really nasty Eldrazi were, this is how you found it. You just Googled what I said about it until Reddit showed the name. And you asked ChatGPT, but through Reddit, the decentralized suppository, the decentralized repository is what I meant to say, of human knowledge. Reddit. Wow. Big time, dude. Big ups. Big ups to That's Danzatastic all the way. This is a question Sean Freitas has about building the ice ring around the Earth. Wouldn't the water vaporize? Like when they jettison the John off the ISS? Yeah, because there's no pressure. So you might have to keep it in a hose of some sort, in some sort of container, so the water doesn't just vaporize. And then once it freezes, then maybe you could remove the container. So like have it inside of some sort of, I'm just going to say graphene. I don't know what kind of material you'd use, but have it inside of some sort of really thin, flexible material until it freezes. And then when you have a thick enough ice ring, you can remove it, the container, and the ice would stay. Maybe. That's one idea, but yeah, good point about it vaporizing water in space because there's no pressure. It becomes gaseous. Save the world from itself. Chaotix. And Hados with the interesting observation about the Earth's magnetic pole shifting is concerning. It's definitely, I'm not like afraid of it, but there is like, what is happening? I saw that the actual magnetic pole was like moving. You want to get Elon to test out the theory and use a graphene sleeve to make the ice ring? Yeah, and actually when we were talking about making these little miniature suns, you want to put salt water in space so it coagulates into an orb and then hit it with what was it? I got to memorize the actual megahertz that you want to run through it. Okay, it's something 0.56. 23.56 megahertz. That's my guess. 13. No, it's 13.56. I think it's 13.56 megahertz. Let's see if I got that right. Yep, 13.56 megahertz. The way I do that is I remember it's not 456, it's 356, and it's not 2356. So it must be 1356. That's how I memorize it. The sequence, it's going up 2 3 4 5. It's like that, but it's not. There's no 4. I remembered that part of it, and I remembered that it's not 23 megahertz. So it must be 13.56 megahertz. When you run that current 13.56 megahertz frequency through salt water, you get this fire. Watch this shit. This might be copyright stuff, but I don't really care. I think this stream's more about just showing cool stuff. Also, you could call this.
So I'm just going to take this water. How
He's
much
pouring
you want me
salt
to pour
water
in?
into a tube.
Okay.
He grabbed a paper towel and put it in the test tube to act like a candle wick.
So all that's in this test tube right now is the salt water I just took from your backyard.
Right.
And a paper towel.
Paper towel.
He put the test tube in the machine, then turned it on.
So that's like the sun. As far as I can tell, he just lit hydrogen flame coming off of salt water when he's running 13.56 megahertz through it. If we can do that in space, we can, because what happens with water in space is it becomes like a ball. It'll become a spheroid. So if we put this salt water in low gravity, it'll become a spheroid, and then you run the 13.56 megahertz through it, and it'll light up like a star. Like it'll put this hydrogen flame out in every direction. I wonder about the amount of heat it's releasing. What math you would need to do to see the mass of the ball, like how much salt water will produce how much heat. If there's an inverse relationship, like the more water you add, if there's a diminishing return to the amount of heat it's going to produce, or if the more water you add, the more heat it's going to produce. Because if it's the more you add, the more heat, if there's actually an exponential increase in output, you could make it large enough so that it's producing enough heat to generate enough electricity to power itself, to power the 13.56 megahertz. Well, I did make a video called Saltwater Sun on YouTube, and people made fun of me, but I think that the sun has hydrogen, oxygen in it, and it's also got sodium and chloride in it. It has all the chemicals that would be present in salt water, but it's so hot. And I could be wrong. It might just literally have salt water in it. It might. But that those chemicals combined will allow for this sort of flame to be released. And it might be a slightly different frequency with a slightly different chemical in the sun. Could be. But that 13.56 megahertz causes salt water to release the hydrogen as fire. And I think that
The paper towel amazingly didn't burn. Kansas says in these experiments, the flame reaches a temperature around 3,000 degrees
3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1,600 degrees Celsius. Sun's coronal heat temperature, and I'm sure it's much hotter, 6,000 degrees Celsius. Someone said that the sun's coming in at about, oh, no. I mean, it just depends, because there's this is what I'm talking about. The bigger it is, the more heat, because like in one little area it might be giving you a 1,600 degree flame, but when there's a lot of those combined, the compounding heat will give you a 1 million degree temperature or something, because it's so big. So the bigger it is, the more localized heat is going to be measured, and then could be converted into electricity. Oh, I didn't know Randall Carlson was on PBD. I'm glad he had him on, man. Randall's voice needs to be amplified to the tops of Mount Everest and beyond.
It's boiling at the top of the water as it comes down.
He performed the same experiment 2 more times without the paper towel to show that the salt water can burn without anything else in the test tube.
The white there, see the steam coming out?
And Kansas has shown the experiment to a handful of scientists around the country who claim they're baffled at watching salt water ignite. A chemist told Kansas that the energy released is in fact hydrogen, that the heat breaks down the hydrogen-oxygen bond in the water.
You could then take plain salt water out of the sea and put it in containers and produce a violent flame that could heat generators that do make electricity or provide other forms
Which
of
is,
energy.
he's just reiterating what I was saying, that you can use its own heat can be used to generate electricity. So if you could make it produce enough electricity that it could actually maintain that 13.56 megahertz frequency, it's like you turn it on, it stays on, self-generates, and then you turn. But you might need to add fuel, like constantly be adding fuel. Like it's like self-generates for a period of time until it runs out, and then you gotta fuel it back up and then turn it on again, and it will self-generate until it runs out. Because that's what the sun is doing, is it's slowly running out of hydrogen. It's giving off that hydrogen and it's expanding as it's losing its hydrogen. So if you can continuously fuel the sun with hydrogen, it'll stay the same size and stay on. And that'll be about like sustaining our solar system by fueling the sun.
Engineers working with Kansas and Erie, Pennsylvania are trying to harness the energy. They've built an engine that, when placed on top of the flame, chugged along for 2 minutes. Kansas admits all this excitement was a stroke of luck. Someone who witnessed his work on the cancer front asked him if perhaps the machine could be used for desalinization.
This was just an experiment to try to see whether I could heat salt water. Instead of getting heat, I got fire.
So could this become an alternative source to creating power?
If I would be bold enough, I would probably guess that you can power an automobile with this eventually.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he passed away in 2008 from cancer. He was looking for a cure for cancer that he had, and didn't find it, but he found something probably even more influential, which is how to ignite a hydrogen flame out of salt water. You could potentially use it for not carboxylation. I like that word though, but for like heating engines and stuff and making fuel, like terrestrial fuel with salt water itself. That I don't think is going to excite people as much and get as much attention, just because the oil industry and the gas industry is like, yo, hold on. Petroleum fuel, bro. Petroleum fuel. Don't fuck us right now. You fuck us, we fuck you. Don't do it. So I'm just more concerned with creating miniature suns in orbit to melt the ice caps of Mars and reinvigorate its atmosphere so that we can live on that planet. If we want to use it for fuel, then also as well, that'd be cool. But I'm really down with this solar manufacturing. Tell your friends. I think I'm just about. Petrol generators and electric motors are goated. Aren't they, though? I love them all. I love them. What we really got to do is collect that burned off carbon monoxide and turn that carbon back into graphene. You think the Justice TV show said, personally, I think we should move. We would need to move Mars and maybe get a new core for it. Hard to say. Move Mars. I mean, if we could get it spinning a little faster, that might be cool. But the thing about the core of Mars and the core of Earth even is, I think at the very center of the molten iron and nickel that they think the core is made of is plasma, which is superheated gas. It's so hot that there's like a plasma core, and that means it's electric. And if you could somehow jolt that thing back to act alive with some sort of massive jolt of power, it's like clear and like shocking the thing back to life. It might start just send that core into a flying spin, and then that will cause the whole planet to wake up. Just all this heat to just start sparking and flying out of the core up through the mantle, melting rock, and then eventually getting back to the surface, spraying hydrogen up into the atmosphere, or oxygen even, to mix with the hydrogen to produce water. So you might be able to jolt the thing back to life, or back to, I don't know if you really call it alive. I don't know if you want to call the Earth alive, but jolt it back to health or active, into activity. This is Austin Ward asked, do I have a stream schedule? You went hard as fuck yesterday. No, I don't. Technically not scheduled every day. I do like to go live every day. But there are some days where I'm like, I feel like I need to go out into the world today and not do this, or I've got to fly to Florida, and or I'm going to work on a movie in a few weeks. Maybe next week, actually. I still haven't heard from the director. So there are days that I won't be streaming, but like kind of get to the point where I want to be streaming. I'm like, I don't even want to leave. I don't even want to go do stuff. I don't even want to go on a date. I don't want to do anything. I don't even know if I'm going to have a wife and kids at this point because I just want to stream all the time. But no, I still have this early honeymoon phase of streaming where I'm like, I love it. And I'm making money. Oh my God, I'm making ad revenue. Oh my God, I'm making super chats. Holy shit. I can actually sustain myself and my career by doing what I love to do, but online streaming while I'm doing it. Super cool because I'll sit around here and research stuff and look at video game reviews and gameplay footage and play games and stuff, whether I'm streaming or not. The movie? Well, it's still early. I haven't signed any contracts or anything, so I don't want to like talk about what it is yet, but there is the tentative. I think they're still looking to cast the lead role. It's a short film. That's all I'll say. And that once the ball really gets rolling, contracts are signed, I'll tell you more about it. And then once I'm out there, even I'll talk to the director, who's super cool, about just doing some live streaming from the set and introducing you guys to the other actors and stuff. It's very funny. It's a funny movie. Really well written, like surprisingly well written. Really, really good. You never know what you're going to expect when someone's like, hey, I got a movie role I want you to do. But this one's like a lot of potential to do a lot more. So I'm hoping, and I have no reason to believe it won't work. It isn't going to happen. So here's to looking forward to that. It's going to be great. You saw Superman turn back. Oh, Harry Toe, I think you asked if I'm not on Rumble. No, I've been on Rumble. It's not very compatible with Streamlabs, and I was like, people can't chat on their Rumble's not coming through to my chat, which is disappointing. So if people are on Rumble, be like, motherfucker, why won't you answer me? But so I just didn't go live today. I'm on X, YouTube, Twitch, and also on Facebook because it's easy just to click the button and have it also go on Facebook. Instagram, I think I'm done streaming on Instagram. It's not, the game doesn't translate. It gives you a vertical. I even streamed yesterday in the vertical mode on Instagram, and I don't think it played properly. Like, I don't think it's giving you the whole screen. That's more of like if I'm just going to go live and talk. I think. But it's not really like a gaming platform. Yeah, I'm going to pull these down so that if it was choppy. Yeah, I think that'll make the stream. Is the stream a little choppy for you guys? I can't tell. My computer's like kicking on the engines. Hey there, Parker. Parker J. Have I played Kingdom Hearts? Actually, no. I watched it. I have it. Or I did not have it. I had the ability to have it, and I didn't. It was like right after I started to get out of it was kind of like right when they start that gameplay style started to get really popular. And I there was just a bunch of them coming out, and I was like, is this one going to be good? Because like I think I played Final Fantasy 9. And I was like, well, it wasn't as good as 7. I played Final Fantasy 8, and I was like, wow, this was pretty good, but wasn't as good as 7. And I played 9, and I was like, this is definitely not as good as 7. Then 10 came out, and I'm like, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. They're making games that are not as good as 7, like at least improve the system.
Shake on it.
So I didn't play 10. Then Kingdom Hearts came out right around the same time, and I was like, it was also by Squaresoft. Could be wrong about that. I think it was by... I played Xenonauts. Wait, not Xenonauts. Xenogears. Played Xenogears. I thought that game was really good. Xenogears 2 sucked, from what I remember. It just wasn't as good as Xenogears. And at that point, I was just like, I'm just done buying all the new Squaresoft RPGs. They're not thrilling me. And Kingdom Hearts came out, and I didn't touch it. But then I heard great reviews about it. People spoke very highly about Kingdom Hearts.
Come back. What?
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
I don't remember where this portal was going to. Was this a dungeon that I beat? Oh yeah, I've already been here. I just one-handed all that shit. I did push the number 4. I could have went like that. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There we go, W. Working my way towards the Paragon. I think I should go for these Paragon points. Wait. Oh, Lord Voldemort. That's funny. I love the merchants in some games where even though all their wares are junk, but if you take them on in a fight, they cremate you. Yeah, I know, it's hilarious. When you fight a merchant and then they pull out their shotgun and you're like, oh shit, the guy's level 100. Like, I guess that's what happens. You get to the point where you just become so dominating in combat that you're like, I'm just going to become a merchant in the game now. It's fun. I'm going to trade, buy, and sell as much. Because you know that merchant can go into a dungeon, slaughter the elite end bosses, get their relics, and then take them back and sell them to you for like 150 gold. If you ever wonder where the merchant gets all his... some merchants, I guess, like you're saying, though, they have junk. Oh, you're saying next season they may be switching Paragon and Nobles? What do you mean switching Paragon and Nobles? You mean like here? Like switching these... Or doing something completely different? Yeah, might as well just keep tearing up Skog's Glen while I'm here. This is Skog's Glen, so I can go down here. What's this? Let's do that. No, I've never played Tears of the Kingdom. What is that? Looking for altars of Lilith while I'm on my way to the town.
The sign's gone missing at a time like this. Oh, he will he? You must be the 5th person he sent this week while proclaiming his
I remember
intention to
Splatterhouse.
make good on what he owes.
What's that link you sent, Sean? Oh, okay. I hope they add more. Yeah, I wonder what they're going to do with the expand. I hear they're making... Are they going to add more territory at the expand? I mean, they don't really need more territory. They just need more stuff. Excuse me. Oh, Chat Ninja Chat to get Rumble Chat on screen. That's cool. Let me look at that. This here. This is Chat Ninja. So I've never downloaded and installed anything off GitHub before. What's the process for that? Because I got to read about that. Live automated two-way chat messages, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Zoom, and dozens more, including a featured chat. What is this? Social stream. So this is its own chat system on top of because I'm using Streamlabs right now, and it's really nice and streamlined. Having all these multiple chat systems and programs popping up is like, dude, integrate. The software is open source. Integrate. As far as I know, Streamlabs is open source. Don't make me integrate with you. Integrate with me. Well, integrate with Streamlabs is basically what I'm telling Chris Pavlovsky at Rumble. He's like, no, integrate with our system. I'm like, oh, God. So let's see here. You give me some advice. It merges all the chats together. So Chat Ninja's so-so. Okay. The expansion adds Nahantu, the southern tip of the continent. Hello there, Adam. This is GitHub. It is but the game itself I'm playing is Diablo 4. I've just got GitHub pulled up at the moment. This is for Chat Ninja. The code for Chat Ninja. Okay, so merges all the chats together, then you add the window into the stream in Slobs, which is Streamlabs OBS. How to integrate it with Streamlabs. Interesting. It worked once or twice, then died. Well, I'm going to bookmark this page and consider it. I mean, Rumble's a great system. I love it. I get Rumble chats, Rumble rants. People pay money on it. And I think you take more of that super chat money via Rumble. I think you get more as a creator than you do with super chats. YouTube super chats, I think, takes 30%. I don't know what Twitch subs take 50% for affiliates, and I think they take less if you're a partner. And then I don't know what they might take 50% of the bits and cheers too. There's a thing that Luke uses, Luke Rukowski, called mysuperchat.com, where I think he gets like 95% of the income, which is pretty cool. That's a good service. But I do like Rumble. I love Chris, and I support what they're doing at Rumble quite a bit. Oh, I gotta go get that. Every time that you go live with Streamlabs and you want to stream to Rumble, you've got to go to Rumble, set up the stream, get it all going, get the location, input it into edit it into your system, which changes every time you go live. It's a different location, and then you got to find your stream key, which is different every time, and then put it in. Whereas all the other services are just click and go. YouTube, Twitch, X, and Facebook, you just click it, and then it all has all your data saved. They don't change keys. The whole changing keys thing, I don't quite understand. Mines was doing the same thing. They had to change keys. Mines actually got rid of streaming because it was too expensive for their servers, and it was getting underutilized, which is sad. That's part of the problem with upstart companies that can't subsidize, is that the streaming services are like not cheap to host. It's really a phenomenal opportunity to be able to stream live. Like, they are covering the costs, that's for sure. Find under the fat goose is in missing sign. All right, I'll find it. I bet it's over here. Maybe one of these dudes has it on him. Did you take the sign?
The goatman. Torrent, I thought it right to bring the goose to him. We agreed to a list. Could you help me finish it? If we place his daggers at the locations on the list.
Yeah, I'll happily do that for you. Ugh, you get me running around like a chicken with my head cut off. I have other things I want to do first, I'll be honest. I want to go here to the hive. I want to go massacre some trash before I run your errands. Into the hive I go. Wait, almost. There we go. Harlan, the human. Silly question. What kind of hair products, shampoo do I use to keep my Robert Plant locks? I've got this shampoo that is is for infants. It's I can actually show you the shampoo itself. Let me see if I can pull it up. I figured, like, if I really want to take care of my hair, what's like the best organic stuff? It's this stuff. Shea Moisture Extra Nourishing Shampoo Hair Care for Kids. Mango and Carrot Shea Butter. This stuff's really good. I love it. This is, I think I would say explicitly, I mean, I started using this about a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. It's really good. And then what I'll do is, I don't use it every day, like every 3 days or every other day. I'll usually use it. It's very rare that I'll use a lot. Sometimes if I go in the sauna and I come out of the sauna and I got all this salt in my hair from all the sweat, I'll give it a wash. And then this stuff also comes with a like a conditioner. Here, I got these. This was like the shampoo conditioner combo I got. I don't really use conditioner. I just let my body's own oil condition the hair. And then what I'll do is when I take showers, I don't do super hot water on my hair. If I do super hot water, I'll keep it on my skin, like on the face, to melt all the oil off, and just because it feels good, that really hot water. Soap it all down, and then I'll like get my hair under the hot water a little bit to get some of that gunk just rinsed out. But then I'll like turn the water temperature down to like hot, but like kind of like warm, like hot warm kind of, where it's not stinging at all. And then I'll wash it in that temperature, because if it's too hot, it strips the oil out of the hair and it gets thin. So that keeps the hair pretty healthy, keeping the temperature kind of low when you're really doing your hair. And then a little bit of soap. Sometimes I'll just do a little bit of soap every day. Sometimes I'll do a lot of soap every 3 days. And then at the very end of the shower, I'll turn it really cold. And then I'll have my hair under the cold water and make sure, like, it closes the cuticle, keeps the hair healthy. Scientifically, it checks out. That's what neurodivergent said, yeah. And then I'll do it all cold, so it like seals up the, I suppose, the hair. It looks like it seals up the hair itself, and then seals up the follicles. And then when I get out of the shower, I'll get the towel, and instead of like going and just rubbing the hell out of it, I'll just like dab it, and then get kind of like lightly kind of dab it so it's still wet but not dripping, or it'll just be like a little bit of dripping, and then that's it. I won't do anything else to it, and I'll let it kind of air dry the rest, and if I drip on the floor, I drip. Like people that know me that have lived with me in the past are like, bro, like your bathroom's got water on the sink, you got water on the, like you're wet, your bathroom's wet. I'm like, yeah, well, hello. Because I like to let it air dry, because when the water drips out, I've noticed over the years that it kind of spirals out. Like there are no straight lines in nature, and it's very apparent in the hair as the water kind of coils its way down and out, like going down the drain. And that's about it. I think a lot of it has to do with diet. I make sure that I don't eat too much salt. If I ever eat so much salt that my skin starts to feel like slick with like all that like salt sweat where I'm like whew and puffy, then I'll feel it in my hair. That my hair is drying out too. So I'll cut back on salt for a while and let my scalp and hair kind of heal. It's a good like sensor for if you have a bad diet, because if you're eating really crappy foods, it'll show up on your hair quality. So when the hair is nice and healthy, it usually is a indication that your diet's probably pretty good too. And I think that's it. That's about it. I don't ever comb it or brush it. Well, not never. Not never. I have this brush. Sometimes when I wake up, it's tangled in the back. So I'll go in and I'll like pull it apart. I'll pull apart the little tangly pieces. Instead of take a brush and just be like, get, and like rip at it. I don't do that to my hair. I'll like do this and I'll like push it open. I'll like open it so it can like open up and like breathe. I feel like getting it exposed to the air, these like clumps of oily pieces and bits, is pretty fun. It's better than like using friction to rip it open. Like right now, like here, I'll show you what I'm doing with the back of my hair right now. I don't know if you can see it, but like this. Like this piece, this is pretty matted. This is pretty matted right here. I don't know, I can't see it, but it feels matted. So like I'll find a piece like this and I'll pull it apart. Like this. From sleeping on it. But like I'm real gentle. I won't like yank on it. Like this part's still pretty tangled, so I'm slowly pulling it apart like this. If I ever hear the hair snap, then I feel like I've done it wrong. So now it's nice and frizzy and it can breathe and stuff. And then I'll go through and like kind of open it like this. I actually do that. I do this stuff a lot. I think this is and then I'll like pull it and come up with whatever's left over. So like it's got this junk. This like there's a good amount of hair that came out. But that stuff was just ready to come out anyway. It wasn't like I didn't just pull it out of my head. It was already out of my head, just tangled up. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I've done that in the past. Oil and comb it out from the bottom if you need to, but I have patience. I'm not in a rush. I really enjoy pulling it apart. You can feel it, and you can like feel exactly where the tangles are, and then you can just kind of ease it open. It's pretty fun. Look here, I'll show you what I'm doing. I think it's good. It's tough to tell. Like sometimes I wonder if I'm actually losing hair, but I don't think I am, because it keeps growing. Like more hair keeps coming, so the loose pieces that I pull out, it's like, fine, more hair's coming. But I don't really have a good look at the back of my head. So it's pretty rare that I investigate and be like, am I actually creating bald spots by doing this? But I don't think so. That's one of the downsides of long hair is sleeping on it, because it gets it all matted. One day someone's going to invent a sleeping style where you don't have to lay your head on the freaking pillow, where you're not like smashed against it. Obviously gravity makes that very challenging, and I'm not going to sleep upside down in boots like a vampire. But you know, it's just a problem that I think humanity needs to overcome at some point. Obviously sleeping in low gravity would get that done. Here's more came out. It's a kind of a hefty amount of junk, but it's good. It feels like I'm clearing the crap out of the hole that I'm digging. Silk helps stop the mats. I have some silk pillowcases. I actually have one right there. Check this out. I think I can just have my face up for... Whoops. Let me do this really quick. Sorry, give me a second. I'm fixing something. I can do this when I'm like just talking and there's no... Oh, I gotta add... Is that right? Yeah, that's the right one. Look at all this... Hold on. I don't know if you can... Can you still hear me? Is the mic just constant? That's pretty cool. So I can go to that, and then if I... So you can obviously hear me here. Audio input capture. Oh, okay, good. So you can still hear me here? The audio is still inputting? That's good. I don't need to add an input capture in my sources. Yeah, so I can flip it to this when I'm... in the middle of like only just talking about something. I think that's better than having a game on the screen where nothing's happening. Yo, I gotta hit the bathroom again. I shall return. Oh, but before I go, I wanted to show you this. This is the silk pillowcase. It's good. It needs to be washed, but it's slippery. Maybe it'll help with the hair. I figured out another thing I do with the hair that you guys reminded me of. It's this. Whenever I wash my hands or have my hands wet, I do this. I don't use a towel. I dry my hands off with my hair. So I'm constantly putting moisture in the hair. Like I'll grab it, I'll feel where it's dry and do this with the water, with the wet hands. So I'm feeding moisture into my hair throughout the day. That helps it a lot more than I realize probably. When they say like moisturizing, you want to moisturize your hair. The best moisturizer is water. Both internal and external. Thanks for having me, Jay. It's good to be back. I just went and grabbed a Spindrift. I don't know if I actually need it or not. I'm kind of tempted to go do a sauna tonight, now that we were talking about saunas earlier. Rather, I was talking about it when you asked me about washing my hair and how I do that. Curly hair. My hair was always straight. It's so funny. And then I started letting it air dry with long hair, and the spiral started appearing in it. I mean, it was wavy. It was like straight, and then it started to get wavy when it got a little longer. And now I wouldn't call this curly. Definitely wouldn't call this curly, but it's like spirally or something, kinky. I don't know how you would describe it, but it has a sort of kink to it. You know what I'm saying? Hello there, Safety Crocs. Ian, when are you going to make a Diablo 4 guild? Do it right now, I guess. But it's going to be called Fireballs. I don't know what clean tag is. Clan description. Maybe we could call the clan name Graphene Dream. That's so cheap. How about just Graphene Dream? We are dreaming of graphene and all the things that can be built with it. It's casual. PvE. I mean, I don't really care. It can be whatever you want it to be, really. It's definitely social. Oh, I have to build level PvP. Do I have to have 5? And clean tags. What are clean tags? You like Graphene Dreamers better than Graphene Dream? What is the EGLC? What are clean tags? The abbreviation people will see in front of your name. It needs one? Yeah, it needs a clean tag in order for it to... Can I do like symbols and stuff? No, it has to be letters. It has to be letters. Can it be numbers? What if it's this? Oh, I can't do the equals sign. I don't know. Yeah, you can name your racehorses Graphene Dream. No. I mean, it's just a. As far as I know, it's just a statement. It's just a noun. A couple of nouns. I guess the graphene would be an adjective in that situation. Because like, what kind of dream is it? It's a graphene dream. I think you'd call that an adjective in that situation. I find hair on the ground. It's part of having long hair. That's kind of weird. I find bits and pieces of long hair. I can't guarantee that I'm always going to be around to play with you guys if I make this guild, but I can make it. You're going to buy it just to join the guild? It's pretty good. I like this game. WoW Hardcore. Dude, that's where you play where if your guy dies, it's over. Oh my god, that's like heart palpitations in a box. I put so much time into my Warcraft character, I cannot fathom it just being killed and wiped. That'd be horrible. Oh, it can only be 6. I don't know what the tag would be. Oh, clan tag, not clean tag. I see what you're saying. Well, I was saying clean tag. It's like, don't say a naughty word. That's the clan tag. So yes, you have my permission to call your racehorse Graphene Dream. That's badass as fuck. And I don't know if Tim trademarked it or not, if that's even possible. But I think it would only be, you would trademark like if it was like the way it was written on the paper, you would trademark the way it was written. Like if it was written with like a certain font, he would have the trademark to that. I think that's how trademarks work. Oh, EverQuest was like that? That's how Ultima Online was. If you died and you didn't get back to your corpse, anyone could loot it. They'd turn gray. Their name would turn gray, which means they could be attacked. They were considered thieves. But all your items were up for grabs if you died. And you'd be like in a dungeon killing dragons, or you'd have like a lot of guys would tame a dragon, and then they'd go into a dungeon and they'd let their dragon kill stuff, and then they'd go collect all the loot. And then some dude would come in and slaughter you, or the guy with the dragon would come in and slaughter you. Him and a bunch of dragons would come through like a teleport. You'd be like, what? And then I would start to lag because I was on a 56K modem. And he's on like DSL, so before I could even, I'd like run and be like, oh, and then the whole screen's gray and I'm a ghost. I'm like, oh my God. I'd see the dragon hit me once and I'd be like, no. And then I'd be a ghost. And then I'd see him standing over my corpse, and then I'd see his name. I think you could see the name go gray while you were a ghost. And I'm like, dude, there's no way wait, no, I think that's how it happened. Then you had to run to a healer. You had to like go exit the dungeon and run to the nearest spirit healer that would turn you back alive, and you'd reappear with a gray robe on, and then you'd have to run back to your corpse and get the stuff and hope to God, if you were in there like killing monsters and you got ganked because of whatever stupid reason, or you just lagged out and died, or potentially, if I never lagged, I could pretty much always get away. I was ready to recall, hit my rune and recall out of there. But there were so many times that I lost all my stuff because somebody went and just looted my corpse. Like I would carry a lot of regents on me. I'd have a rune to my house, like outside my house, and like a rune to a bunch of cities. And then I would have, what's up, Goody? Thanks for the subscription, man. Anyone watching on YouTube, Twitch, follow, subscribe. Great to see you, dude. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Welcome, Goody. And then I would have like some armor, but I was basically a wizard, so I didn't really carry any armor. I just played not to get hit. I'd constantly pour. I'd use my regents and attack. Cool, Sean. I'm looking forward to seeing Graphene Dream in action, man. It's going to inspire a lot of people. They'll be like, what is Graphene? That's a cool name. But I would have like a warhammer in Ultima Online. My guy would have a warhammer. That was his weapon of choice. And I found out pretty frequently, like getting a really good, superior, phenomenal, expensive warhammer was silly because I would get slaughtered so much that people would steal my warhammer. I was like, I'm not. I just have like a basic warhammer and some crappy armor, and then if I got hit, I got slaughtered. And if I had to fight in melee, I was terrible at it because I had no agility. So I was all wizard. Like technically, I could fight some stuff with the warhammer in melee, but anything super tough, I had to kite. I had to constantly corp pour, shoot my electrical beams at it, hit it with the flame strike, Kelvas Flam, corp pour, like a combo where you could. I think it was you started the flame strike, and then you Kelvas Flam, and then you hit him with the flame strike and immediately shot him with a corp pour, and it was like a combo strike where they would take both damage at the same time, because a lot of people would heal themselves. So if you could do burst damage to guys, you could kill them. But the real PKs, the player killers, they were on high-speed modems, and they were like up close with poison katanas. And they'd be like, ka, 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 ka. And I'd be like, no, there's nothing I could do to stop that. Asked if I've tried out Dark and Darker yet. No, but I watched it. It looks awesome. Dude, J-Hep, that's awesome, dude. Happy birthday tomorrow, man. I actually have the day off tomorrow, too. Well, I'm going to be doing this tomorrow, I think. Working, so it's not technically off. See you later, Star Waving. Hello there, Raiden. Raiden25. Yo, homie. I'm going to eat this really fast, so I'm not going to chew into the mic. Yeah, man, boot it up. Right now I'm eating a piece of meat. These. The clan is complete. Graphene Dreamers. I don't really want to say dream in front of my guy, though, so let me see about that. Dude. These things are spectacular. I have others from the same company. So, this is like I said, it's bison, pork, and cranberry. The cranberries make it very like juicy. It's very juicy. It's still the best. I think it's the best like meat bar I've ever had in my life. They're so good. The cranberries make it so good, so juicy. These are very dry and very salty. These are more like venison steak. And they're good. They're like a different kind of good. Their good is like there's a lot of salt. I think it's the same amount of salt. I don't know. Let me check the salt content. Yeah, these have more salt in them. They're 25%. Like one of these is 25% of your daily sodium content in one of them. So these are really good if you're like working out a lot or you're out on the trail and you're moving, you're sweating a lot. These will help you replenish your salt for your like electrolyte content. It's beef, sea salt, and pepper. Whereas this is uncured bacon, cranberry, and bison. Oh, this is bison and beef. These have beef in them too, so cow. Damn, 570 milligrams of sodium in that one bar. Whereas this is 300. This is 13. I don't need these glasses. Yeah. These are 13%. You probably handle like 8 of these in a day, 7 of these in a day, if that's your only salt content. This is a quarter of your daily salt content in one of these. They're good, though. They're salty. And then I have a third kind. I don't normally do those. The third kind I've got are these, which are... I like to throw the box back there and then get it later. These. This is the third kind that I have. These are beef, primarily beef. There's others, too. The company makes more. Seth Weathers turned me onto these. They're spectacular. Beef, uncured bacon, and apple. I thought it was going to be like the cranberry one, like very juicy. Because the cranberry ones are like, I don't know how to describe. They're so like I guess juicy is the best word to describe it. It's like juicy. But because these are not bison, this one's beef. And maybe because it's apple and not cranberry, it doesn't have any, like, this is kind of like the bison. These cranberry ones are like a little sweet. Obviously they're a little tangy because of the cranberry. Man, they're good. These are not. These taste more like these. The salty ones. I'm checking out the salt content in it and seeing why. It's got 390 milligrams, so there's 90 milligrams more than in the cranberry ones. 17% of your daily cholesterol, or daily sodium in one of these. So you can handle maybe 5 of these in one day, and that's it. No more salt. Too much salt makes your skin sweat. Weird, creamy, disgusting sweat. These are very good. So I'll normally plow through the cranberry ones, and then every once in a while I just want something different. I want something a little saltier, a little beefier, and I'll go for one of these. I got into it when I was protein, like when I was really bulking muscle. They were great just to grab, like, but the salt content was really intense. So when I really want to pound in the meat to build muscle, it's just like beef, like a pound of unseasoned beef, just pure meat, and then I'll put a little salt on there. Then I can eat a lot of it, and I don't overdo the salt. J-Hep, look for Graphene Dreamers. It's public, and then I think you can just request to join, and that'll get you into the guild. The guild, which I don't know what it does. I don't know what it means to be in a guild. The clan, rather, the clan. But let's find out. Oh, how fatty are these things? .5 grams of fat, of saturated fat. That's all it is saturated fat. 3.5 grams, which is 17% of your daily fat content in one of these. This is a cranberry. No, that's this bison bar. That's different. Let's see what the cranberry ones do fat-wise. They feel very fatty. 3 grams of fat, saturated fat. So that's 15% of your daily fat value. Apparently there's 7 total grams of fat. 3 of them are saturated, no trans fat. What does that mean? Yeah, 4 grams of added sugar. Why? Maybe that's the cranberries. 6 grams of sugar. Whatever, you need a little bit of sugar in your diet. But what kind of sugar? Total carbs. 8 grams of carbohydrates. That's coming from fiber. 2 grams from sugar. 6 grams, or 2 grams from fiber. 6 grams from sugar. 25 milligrams of cholesterol. Protein. 7 grams of protein. Really, these are amazing, dude. Like 5 of these in a day, and you've got most of your macros. Well, no, you've got half your protein. I mean, how do you calculate that? 7 grams for... It depends on your size, really. But you got to be careful with that salt. They're definitely heavy in salt. Salt and fat. Man, they're just so... They hit the fat, they hit the salt, they hit the protein. Top level. If I'm ever hungry, man, yoink. I just bought 8 boxes of them. I'll go to the store and spend like, to their website, Epic, and I'll spend like $500 on it, and it'll last me months. I just have them. They're like backups. But also they're really, really good. Crossland, no one can stop him. He is both Batman and Robin. When he is weaving and bobbing, goblins knocking them off their coffins, boxing. That's true. North Park, you basically nailed that one out of the ballpark. All right, let's torture these bitches. Actually, no, let's just slaughter them. I'll make it as painless as possible. Ooh, that's something I need. They followed me and they were like, is he cool? Ah! How's the resolution, by the way? I have it turned down to 1080p. It's logging at 1080, but then it should be putting it out at 720. I don't know if that means you can watch it at 1080 or not. And also, like, is it coming through clear at 720? Is it pixelated? Is it pushing back to like... Oh, I missed a spot. Oh my gosh, all the way back at the beginning. That's annoying. It does. Is it coming through like clear at 720? Does it pixelate ever? It used to be I had it coming through at 1440 and it was pixelating for people. I just tweaked a few settings. That's awesome. The resolution is good, good, good. Do you get it? Can you get it at 1080? Or is it maxed out at 720? You got dropping frames rating. That's good to know. Looks fine at 1080. That's cool. Just not ultra crisp. Yeah, I think the ultra crisp settings are not. It's not on. I could. Next week, I'm going to try and get in touch with the IT guy, Andrew Timcast, who does the. He wired this place, or he works on the internet at this place, and I'm going to try and find out why when I'm plugged in, I'm getting slow upload speeds. Slower upload speeds while plugged in than when I'm wireless, which is very, very weird. And then as soon as that switch gets flipped, because I'm getting like 7 megabytes up while I'm plugged in, which is traumatizing. I'm getting 70 megabytes up while I'm wireless and 7 while I'm plugged in. Makes no freaking sense at all. So there's some sort of gate that needs to be unlocked. What's up? Nacho Perez 32 with the follow. Hello, dude. Hello. Your default's 1080, but it's scaling from 720. Default is 1080, but it's scaling from 720. Ooh, the RTX 470. I mean, technically, I could maybe look at upgrading the graphics card. My graphics card's, at this point, almost 3 years old. I wonder if this thing could handle an upgraded graphics card. That might be it. Also, technically, I couldn't do a big investment and get a new computer. I like this thing. It's not. It's air cooled instead of water cooled, which I thought wouldn't be that big of a deal, but I think it's actually we've kind of reached the age of water cooling systems and how, because like right now the fan on that machine is going. It's really loud. A ROG Ally. 720, 60 frames per second. Yours is a 1080. The 3070 Ti. The RTX 5000 series is releasing in a few months, really. Like, I could feasibly put a bunch of money into a machine because at the rate, like what, honestly, the rate of income that can be drawn from a entertaining stream can pay off the machine pretty quick. So like it's an investment. And then I can move this computer like down to Miami or something and leave it down there to game while I'm at Luke's or something like that. So I can play these games like Diablo and stuff. So you're saying the RTX 5000. I don't even know what that means, honestly. I don't know like what the differentials are on the graphics cards these days. Up to this point, I've never in my life spent... Oh, I don't need to do that. I can just charge through it. I've never spent like... I don't know what the costs are. And like money's relative, but like more than $2,400 on a computer in my life. I'm always like, you know what? I'll just get the one that's like a couple levels down from like the top tier computer because it's so much cheaper. Instead of $4,000, it's going to be $2,000. And so I'm always like a little bit behind quality-wise on machines. Like I don't have the best graphics card. I don't have the best processor. I've just got like whatever's... Like I bought the R9, Aurora R9 when I think the R10 was out or the R... I don't know. I don't know if the 11 had come out yet. What is that? I don't want to go in there. But I just was like, hold up. Don't spend $6,000 on a computer right now. I have other things to do with my life. So be careful maybe. But at this point, like if I'm going to be on the machine literally every day, 7 days a week, 6 days a week, 8 hours a day, pushing games like Warhammer 2 and stuff, Space Marines 2, I've got to have top tier machines so that I can handle at least 1080p, full speed, high resolution, 60 frames per second. I mean, could you imagine doing like a 1440 stream with like 120, not that I need 120 frames per second, but like some phenomenal system. It's sweet. Stick with a 30 or 40 series GPU, a nice 3080. What's a good computer? Archangel Azrael just subscribed. What's up, dude? Thanks for the subscription, man. Welcome. What's a good computer these days? If I was gonna, it would be silly to buy a new machine, I think, yet. But if I were to buy a new machine, no, and I'm talking like maybe not the best system, but like yes, ray tracing, yes, like any of the new technology, yes. And it's the Butcher. I know you. I know you really well, bitch. Oh, God, he hits hard. He don't give a fuck. You don't fuck around, bitch. Neither do I, Butch. Where's he going? No, he tried to... What? You're not Stitches. How'd you get that hook? The meat cleaver? Oh, God. Oh, they should have given me something special for that. He was challenging. I love that he just appears. Butcher. Like he's dropping an item or something. Or like a quest piece or something like that. It'd be cool if they like dropped a quest item that made me have to fight other demons of hell. Like the Skeleton King or whatever. Leoric. Ray tracing's a scam? Oh, you got to be a Twitch partner to go higher? That's cool. That's good to know. So the 3080, would the 3080 fit into the Aurora R9? The Alienware R9? And not just fit, but would it actually function in this machine? I should look at the specs. But it's like factory settings Aurora R9, I think. Let me check my specs really quick. Oh, not yet. First I got to make some room. Here, this is what I'm working with. Awesome. ARM desktop CPU and GPUs. 32 gigs of RAM. It was important for me. I think I actually have 48 in here, but the computer can't handle them. It doesn't register when I had 48 gigs of RAM. So I had to like scale it back internally and tell it that it had 32. It was very weird. Yeah, I remember that was a big hassle when I was trying to upgrade my computer. Here's my processor. It's an 8-core, 3 gigahertz, which I don't know a lot of what the specifics, like the i7-9700. Like sometimes you'll see like 3 gigahertz 8-core, which is different than a 2.6 gigahertz 8-core that's better. To be honest, I don't know. Hello there, Archangel. Azrael, welcome. So you're saying 32 gigs is good, air cooling is fine. Air cooling's cool. I mean, it's great because I don't have to keep refilling it, but it is loud. Which, as long as you're not hearing it on the stream, so it doesn't really matter. But to me, it's like, and like it just does it the whole time. And every once in a while, my computer will fucking freeze and shut down and restart. It's like it gets too hot or something. I don't know. But it's not like it only happens once in a while. It's actually, it'll happen, on average in the past, it would have happened like every 3 weeks. It would do that once. I'm like, oh my God, here it goes. It's never done it while streaming though, which is great. Yeah. So if any of you guys in the chat are specialists, computer specialists, let me know what you think about these specs. Fixing it, yeah, but I don't know what exactly it is that would need to be fixed. Vertical mount it. Yeah, it is. I think it is. That's the power system, the power supply unit. PSU. Surge? I don't know if Surge builds computers. I might be able to find somebody that works at Timcast that could help me build a computer. I know Andrew knows a lot about it. Andrew Minsk. The last time a guy helped me build a computer, he was like a crazy guy. I mean, cool guy, but like crazy scientist guy. He's like, get all these things and make sure that you have a piece of metal stuck into the ground when you're working with a piece of rubber around your arm. And I'm like, oh my God, what if I do this wrong? And I think I fried the machine or something. I did something where it didn't work, and it was like, well, I just got to buy a factory machine, because building something that doesn't work is so annoying. Yeah, I would put my mic next to the computer so you can hear it, but I don't think I can get my mic. Let me see if I can pull the mic arm down there so you can hear it. No, it doesn't. I don't have the right angle to get it down by the machine. When I was playing Fallout 76 the other night, the fan was kicking so hard, and then people were like, your stream's getting choppy. But I mean, if you think that at first glance is an 8-core, 3 gigahertz, 300 megahertz, I don't know what the 300 megahertz actually is. I don't know what that means. I was doing so much research on this stuff before. My BIOS maybe could be updated. It's 2.5 years old. I don't know. That's good. Should I update my BIOS? And would that do anything? They don't need updates. Oh, that's the speed of the RAM is 300 gigahertz RAM. Maybe the reason I couldn't, or 3 gigahertz RAM, 3,000 megahertz RAM. What? Show me the data. There it is. 3,000 megahertz. Yeah, maybe. So I've got 4 chips that are all 12 gigabytes. 3 RAM chips in there that are, or 4 RAM chips, but one of them, I think I had to pull one out because it wouldn't register it. Or was it? No, I had 64 gigs of RAM in this machine. I had 4 16 gigabyte slots, and it wouldn't run it. Kept restarting, kept shutting down, wouldn't start. So I had to pull out 2 of them, and now it's just 2 16 gigabytes chips in there, I think. It was really sad. I was just super excited for the huge RAM upgrade. A resizable bar on here. Yeah. Like this. You are a Giga Chad, the Wanderer. Big Giga. Big Giga in the chat. Would more RAM help me stream faster? Like bigger games on a higher resolution? 32 gig is perfect, literally perfect. Why? I mean, but what if I pull up like a bunch of different games at once, or your sports up to 128 gigs of RAM? Yeah, I don't think I'll need it, but if I want to have like 8 different programs running, if I want YouTube on and I want to be running, not that I would, but if I want to be running like Fallout 76 while I'm running Diablo, while I've got YouTube on, while I've got Streamlabs on, while I'm downloading something in the background, is that what RAM? I'm pretty sure that's what RAM is for, is to have a lot of different programs running at once. Maybe that's what it was, is that there's some 3,000 megahertz RAMs in here, and the other ones were 3,200. I think it's right here. I got the chips around here somewhere. I have them on standby. I don't know. I'm not looking for them because I have no intention of installing them. But I think for the next machine that I do, it's just going to be like starting from the beginning with a bunch of really high-tech upgraded content. Like, is 64 gigs of RAM literally twice as good as 32, or is there a diminishing return? Oh, that's cool. Bryce Branch. I'm out in my yard laying in the grass thinking deep on the Mary Jane. Life is beautiful, my friend. It sure is. It is an opportunity. VRAM from graphics cards. So, like, I guess if I was going to upgrade something with this machine, it would probably be a graphics card upgrade. You do VR with 32 gig? Yeah, this is pre-built. I had a few upgrades done to it before they sent it to me, which was like I had more RAM added, I think. And then I added the graphics card myself, the 1080. Is that on here? The 1080? What's up, dude? Arc. How do you say that? As Arc Azrael 53. Yo, dude, welcome. Thanks for the follow, man. Memory? Nah. What do I have here? That's all good looking. Excellent. I think I got this system in... Oh, here you go. The CPU, that's the processor. The i7 9700. It's an 8-core, 3 gigahertz. I think I got it in 2021. Like the beginning of 2021, maybe. Or like middle of 2020. Yeah, it was like early in 2020, I think. Cool. It is a very good microphone. It's the SM7B. The CPU's out of date. That's good to know. The i7. Yeah, the CPU is why it was a cheap computer when I bought it. Relatively. Why it was like $2,000 instead of $3,200. Because I think the i8s and the i9s were out. And it was saying like the i9 is the best. At the time, the i9 was the best. I was trying to crash course myself. And now it's up to 14. So is that from, I don't know, 14th gen. Is the i7 the 7th gen? Or is the generation something different? I wonder how much better these new PCs are compared to this thing. I mean, this thing is doing good for what it is. But I'm not happy with streaming at 720p and having games like Fallout 76 freeze up. That might be an internet thing, though. This thing debuted in 2019. That makes sense. Yeah, it was a slightly older model. I think it was the number 3 Alienware model at the time. I'm going to look at like... check out some Alienware stuff. Oh my gosh, you got an old machine, the Wanderer. So let's see here. What's this? Yeah, I'm streaming with Streamlabs through to Facebook, X, Twitch, and YouTube. Oh, so it goes up to the i9, and then you're talking generation. So, wow, it's the Aurora R16 is where it's at. Yeah, this is basically the thing I bought. Holy shit, a 20-core i7. The RTX 4060. What do you think about this thing? I can fucking buy this and have it here in 3 days. This is pretty amazing. Was it worth spending $2,300 on this? I know, Havoc, it's always better to build it yourself. It's like cooking something as opposed to and learning how to cook. I mean, I've built computers in the past. I built a computer in 2001. I didn't know that you had to mount it on plastic onto the I didn't know that you had to mount the motherboard with plastic nodules onto the side of the computer or whatever it was. So I just mounted it without, and it fried. I turned it on, it went ding, and it fried out. And I was like, "Oh, you guys sent me a broken computer," and they're like, I sent it back, and they let me send it back. That was my first computer build experience. I was like, "Oh shit!" So then I think I got a second. They sent me a new one, and I was able to build it, and it was good. I mean, I built it for like $600, and it was really good for the time. That was in 2006, I think. No, that was in 2001. Was that 2001? No, that must have had a pre-built in 2001. I bought my buddy's computer. That was like 2011. God, these years are blending. Some of those, I don't remember exactly. But I think I've built two. I think I've built maybe 3 computers in my life. With a little bit of advice. Yeah, it made contact, you could say. It was making contact with the metal. Lesson learned on that one. I don't know Asmo Gold Zach. I don't know him personally. He's awesome. You see he's part of Starforge, meaning like he can... Yeah, knowing somebody that works with a computer company that I could shout out and even uses like just have it on my screen while I'm streaming for a year and like promo the fuck out of that company would be awesome. Send me like the most banging $6,000 machine or whatever. What's this one you sent me? Sean Freitas just sent an idea for the Aurora 16. Wait a minute, how do I copy that? Copy that? Well, let me copy it. Weird. You're pointing me to an Aurora R16. Is it the same one that I got on my computer here? Yeah, me and Krigler, when we got our graphics cards, we both got the TI-80 or the GeForce 1080s. I think he got a 1080. He might have got the 1080 Ti. He was like, "Check this out, dude." And he built it. I think he recorded it and streamed it. Him building his machine, and we were building it together. We built it. I helped him build it a little bit. Like got all the pieces out down in Tim's basement at the time. Oh, that's cool. When the Twitch ads come up, you go to YouTube. That works out perfectly. Let me check
That works out perfectly.
this. Here we go. I want to get Sean Freitas' text. I had to go to the Twitch channel to get it because I couldn't. Whoa, you're looking at what I was looking at. That's crazy. That's funny. The 1080 Ti. Yeah, I have the 1080. Not the Ti, the one right before the Ti. The jump from the one I had to the Ti was like $180 or $400, and I was like, oh my god. I was still living paycheck to paycheck at the time. Wow, Dell's selling this for $1,350, but that's unupgraded. So I'd be like, the i7, the i9, 24 core. This is a huge upgrade. So like the best 14th generation processor. This is my version of building a computer, by the way, is clicking these buttons and then hitting mail, send. Kind of just kidding, but so this is usually what I'm up against with graphics cards. I'm like, oh, I could spend $1,600. If I was rolling in it, I'd already have this bought. Every year I'd have a new one, but I'm still like, what should I spend my money on? Kind of reality. I would look at this one. It's the TI, the 4070 Ti. I don't really know enough about them yet. Normally I read about them first a little bit. Comes with a 4060 8GB. I'm looking at a 4070 Ti, which I don't really know what Ti stands for. Is it Texas Instrument? What is it? The RTX 4070 Ti Super. Okay, now we're looking at, and then compare it like over here. Is this the Ti Super? 4060 8GB. Oh, so that's giving me the basic. And it's got the 20-core i7, but I'm looking at getting a 24-core i9. It requires a 1,000-watt chassis option. Well, then give me that. Memory? I don't know enough about the memories. Let's just say I'm getting the best memory. 32 gig, 16 gigabyte, DDR5, 5600 megahertz XMP. I don't know the difference between the XMP and the MT. So the TI is slightly overclocked. On the verge of next gen. You're saying like in 2 months is when the next gen's popping. The 24 core is overkill. Yeah, but you got to understand, I'm an overkill kind of guy. People say like, oh, Ian, you don't need that one. Just get this normal. And it like, no, man, the way I live, like I am the kind of guy that like, when I go all the way every time, all the time, a little bit more than you expect. So like what you think might be too much for me is like, I've got 50 things going on at once, kind of over the top. I'm an over the top kind of guy. So sometimes I do want to get the really, really overly excessive ones. Plus, I want to be ready for like in 4 years when it's exactly future proof. Like, because I'm happy to prepare for what's coming, which is probably like intense virtual reality. I don't know. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I got 3 monitors here, 3 webcams go. I would love to have multiple webcams go. I got this. My Canon, which is my main machine camera, that one. I want it to be silent. I don't want the fan to ever kick on because it's struggling to keep up with what I'm doing. I like having multiple games going at once. Not that I really do that. Usually that's a limitation, but like I don't really need to have multiple games going on at once. And the way I've been living, I don't really use a lot of stuff at once. I might have Discord up while I've got Steam up with some browsers going with multiple cameras on and a really high-powered game rolling. So, you know, maybe that's true. You're just saying don't buy the 14th gen Intel? But why? I believe you. I just want to know why. Should I get a 13th gen Intel? It's out of stock. What's out of stock? Temporarily out of stock. It looks like this graphics card's out of stock. What? The whole thing's out of stock? Oh my god, the whole computer's out of stock? What the fuck's going on? Oh, maybe it's the RAM that's out of stock. Yeah, it's that RAM that was out of stock. Get a PC I can upgrade myself. I'm still trying to find out why not to buy a 14th gen. 7900 XT. That's so gross that the chat is coming in white on top of a black background. Let me fix that really quick. There. I think the text will be easier to read with this white background now. Yeah, this is their inventory. This is the Dell inventory. They don't have the RAM upgrade. Oh, it says that they're no longer available. Okay. So let's just say I'm doing 32 gigs of this 16 gigabyte DDR. I think I already have that RAM. I can just pop into my new system. Storage. I'm a huge fan of digital storage. Huge. Oh, God. Now I'm looking to spend another $4,000 on a computer. Why? Why does it come to this? Like, I'm wondering, are 20 cores at 2.5 gigahertz better than 24 cores at 2 gigahertz? I'm not sure. It's an i9 versus the i7. They're the same price, which is very strange. Obviously, I want a banging graphics card, so I'm looking at that. It needs a better power supply. I know you're saying that to wait to get the next gen in a couple months, which I'm open to. I'm not in a rush. I'm not looking at pulling the trigger on this right now. I'm just kind of doing some research. You can save easily. If you've put some good data in here and it just got passed by, just put it in here again. I'll see it. I keep looking away from the chat and looking at the screen and then looking back at the chat. It's a lot of good advice. 16 plus gigabytes for VRAM. Then we need to get that i9 14.9 option. This one. Yeah, but is it better than the i7 14.7? Like, what the fuck? Why are they the same price? You would think that this next gen one that's faster, it just doesn't have. Each of the cores is a little bit slower. There's more cores, but they're slower. So technically, this is putting out more gigahertz. Like, I don't know if that's a direct multiplication, 20 times 250, or 24 times 200. Like, I can tell you right away, 20 times 250 is greater than 24 times 200. I think it would be 5,000, and this would be 4,800. Yeah, so you're looking at more gigahertz. Less cores. So like more cores is good for like more multi-stream, more different programs, I think, but this is better for like single programs that require more. I really don't know what the cache does either. Yeah, we do need Ian emotes for the chat, dude. Let's get this man to Twitch partner. Yo, bring your friends. Get over to Twitch. Twitch.tv. Watch me on Twitch. I want to become a partner. Pull them up. Pull them all up if you want to. YouTube loves it too. YouTube's great. YouTube's been very good to me for decades. They're awesome. And the ad revenue on YouTube is really good too. But you could have both screens open at once. I don't know. Do what's good for you. I'm really excited about Twitch and the future of Twitch. I really like it. I like watching stuff on it too. I need a tech Sherpa who's like standing over my shoulder be like, no, dude, you want that because that and that and that. Oh, okay. But what about this one? That does that. Oh, well, what if I do this? That would do that, but it would also give you that. So you got to be careful for that if you're going to do that. But I have these three things. He's like, well, let's look over here at what this is. Okay, yeah, you would require two of those if you want that to be as effective as that. I'll be like, okay. I probably won't. He's like, yeah, this will be fine. Like, that's the conversation I need to have with the guy in real time right now with each of these. I was kind of picturing it being Surge, but I don't know if that's really what he's into. Guy's funny as hell. Single drive, dual. Well, obviously, I'm going to get a dual drive. 1 terabytes. It's just not good enough. 4 terabyte SSD. That's cool. I think I have 3 hard drives in this computer. I have multiple hard drives in this computer, that's for sure. Dude, we are nerding out to the fucking extreme tonight, dude. Yeah, Alienware is a little bloaty. I'm still kind of drawn to the company because back in the day it was known as like the best gaming laptop you could get was an Alienware. And ever since I've just been like whatever. Alienware's the best, I guess. I don't need an Alienware, that's for sure. If there's another computer that's better than Alienware, yeah, Tim knows a lot about computers, but getting him to come over here and stand behind me and listen to me for like an hour, ask questions is like good luck. He's got shit going on. He'll be like, just get this $12,000 computer. I have 3 of them. I'm like, actually, I need my own machine. He likes to pre-build these like mega computers, which is pretty cool. Because he's running the entire operation off of them, so they got to be like the best of the best of the best. I want that 2 terabyte. I guess I would just get the 4 terabyte. Oh, it's so expensive. I could save $500 for 2 terabyte. I mean, that I would do. And then slot in some other, because I only need 1 SSD in this thing. When is they gonna make fucking memory cheap, man? I'm tired of this. Give me the petabytes. What are they waiting on? They need like better optical drives or something. I think we need to get away from using electricity and start using light. Yeah. He likes to build machines with like the best stuff. Which, I mean, it's almost like it's not like he likes to do it. It's that it is required for the services that we utilize for that company. But not like his personal machines, just like the work machines. I think his personal machines are just gaming computers. Like good ones, like $4,000 machines and stuff. TBH, I don't know. I don't know what he's running on right now. I don't need any of this stuff. Oh, it comes with it. Okay, that's cool. I really just don't need it. But if it's $5 for a mouse, you know, I would take that. Wireless card. Yeah, give me the best. Oh, here's the cooler. CPU liquid cooling. And it's going to require 1,000 watt platinum rated PSU, yeah. Liquid cooling versus air cooling. Dude, the air cooling is so loud. This is looking pretty good. I mean, this is actually a very reasonable machine I would buy. This I could actually, if everyone in the chat was like, yes, yes, get it, get it. This is the one, yes. I might actually buy it right now, to be honest. The GeForce RTX 4070 Ti. Super. Like the fan on my computer is like, wee. It's getting louder, then it gets quieter. Wee. The fan is blowing right now because Diablo's on in the background. Wee. Yeah, I know. I wonder if that's because it's air cooled and not water cooled. And also, how often do I have to refill the water in there? Because I don't want to forget. Is it going to give me a warning when it starts to run out? Because if I ever forget and my computer dies, I'd be so mad. Damn, this is a good-looking machine. What an upgrade. And then I could actually move this one down to Florida. Because I'm concerned. I don't even want to go to Florida because I don't have my machine. I can't stream games. And I'm like streaming games now daily. I can stream like off my laptop, but it will be very limited to what I can play. And nah, I think the whole build it myself thing is no, because it's just like how? With what? I got to buy all the pieces and put them all together, and I'm going to save like 20%, but I'm going to have to do all that labor, and I might mess it up. It doesn't really thrill me. Water cool leaks sometimes. And they have antifreeze in them. Oh, it's true. I think this thing's running off a 1,000 watt power supply, which maybe is why it's so loud. 8 cores. Here we go.
Love to have you on for a live react to Linkin Park's debut with their new singer, JoJo Dancer on Rumble, guitar.
Linkin Park's new debut? With their new singer, JoJo Dancer on Rumble? Is it on right now? JoJo Dancer. Yeah. Oh, yeah, when you're spending $2,400 on a computer, well, better make that money back in a month. If I can make that money back by streaming, it's like I've been looking at my ad revenue and my analytics. I'm like, oh my God, I'm making like what I consider really good money just from streaming for a week and a half. I'm like, what in the fuck? I could have been dicking around the last week and a half and made nothing. And I've been thinking like, I got to start pulling in like external sources of income and just, branch out, go big. And then I was like, I'm just like, fuck it all. I'm just going to start streaming all day live because I'm playing video games anyway. Fuck it. And then all of a sudden the money started coming in. I was like, oh, I think I just solved my own problem. It's phenomenal. Really, really phenomenal. And thank you for the super chat, dude. Joe Mobley. Serious question. Are you on Rumble, Joe? It's one issue I have about playing other people's videos on a live stream is I don't know really all the rules and regulations about monetization when I play other people's stuff. So if I play a Linkin Park song on my YouTube stream, I have a feeling the entire stream will be demonetized. But that doesn't mean that people can't. You can still super chat, but that later, as the people rewatch the stream, that there'll be a. Yeah, I know that. That you always, if you're an independent contractor, you got to pay your own taxes. So what I'll do is I'll get any of the money I make, I put like 33% of it into a savings account, and prep for the tax man. I'm glad you're enjoying the streaming. I am too. It's very fun. The Last Oasis. You should play stream Last Oasis XS6. That and Dune? Yeah, covering new game releases is pretty cool. And then it's an excuse to buy new games. Like, you ever watch Splattercat on YouTube? He's awesome. Splattercat Gaming. He finds, like, really niche, new... He likes RPGs and, like, strategy games. And he's always, like, finding games before release. And then his channel got so popular that now the companies will contact him and be like, hey, we're going to launch a game. Can you preview it on your channel? They probably pay him for it. I don't know. And then he'll go and get to play these games for free. He'll get them. He might even get them for free. I don't know. So it's like becomes a very synergistic career where you're kind of part of the promotion and you get things to promo. I'm still at the point where I'm buying the games that I want to play to promo. Dude, Diablo 4 is lit, dude. It's very fun. What kind of class are you going to make, Jay? Have you thought about it yet? Yeah, and then you can write, when you buy the games, you can write them off on your taxes because you're doing it for work. 'Cause I'm a tax man. I don't need an Alienware, but this 1,000-watt platinum-rated liquid-cooled thing with the clear side panel, I keep it down there. So I don't really ever look at it, but a clear side panel machine would be pretty cool. I know, MKU, going to the game conventions, getting involved in the gaming community. Also with acting being one of my skills, I'd love to do voice acting on games and make them really good. Like really inject some intensity and excitement into video games for real, because the merging of the entertainment industries are happening. the movie industry and the video game industry are coming together to form like one blob of goodness. So it's ultimately a letdown if I pull up a game and they have voice acting and the voice acting sucks. It's like, oh god, just skip it. I just want to read the text and use my own imagination for what they would sound like, rather than listen to someone struggle to to accent pronouns and be like, I am the one that will destroy you. You're like, no one fucking talks like that. You're like, I'm the one that's going to destroy you. Like, that's how you would say, you would hit the word destroy, not I and you. Like, people, but these pathetic actors that don't, I don't know. And also, you want to support your co-creators and your coworkers, but like, at the same time, I'm going to call a spade a spade. I'm going to tell you what it really is. If it's bad, it's bad. I'm going to tell you. Because, a little bit of humiliation goes a long way. The guy that does Alarak's voice acting in Heroes of the Storm and probably Warcraft or StarCraft. I haven't gotten to the point where I saw Alarak in StarCraft, but he's like, I have yet to become the one that you deserve. And you're like, oh my God, it's so lame. It's so painful. And I think it's the guy, someone told me it's the guy that played Q in Star Trek, that actor. But like, just sad. Sag. Oh, dude, I'd love to be an NPC. Make those voices of a guy getting hit. Stuff like that. That'd be great. You could also do the main guy, like the main actor for a movie, a game, like a Fallout 5 or something. Snake. Stuff like that. I don't know. I haven't played that game. Is that Metal Gear Solid? But yeah, stuff like that, dude. Hello, Bullwave. Hello. Bullwave, you're just in time to help me figure out what computer to buy, man. Any ideas? I think I'd go easy on the drive. 2 terabyte. Two terabyte boot drive at a 1 terabyte. Yeah, it's a big leap. Data storage is a big one. Have you ever heard about the High Elves? Is that from Morrowind? What game's that from? I don't know if Oh, thanks, dude. Coach Chisel, you got a taste of it, bro. That was hot. This thing? Yeah, I think this is looking pretty nice. Doesn't have a lot of storage, just 2 terabytes, but I have a hard drive I'd pop in from here. If you can AMD 7800 times 3D, what is that? DDR5, 6000 RAM? I'd have to buy that RAM separate and plug it in. I don't know if the computer could handle it. DDR5 6000. And what was the other one? 78 AMD 7800. Is that the graphics card? This is I've got the 79. It ain't cheap though, but that's the graphics card you're thinking about. The Radeon RX 7900. They're forcing me to get Windows 11. I'm still torn up about which one of these would be superior. I don't know enough about hard drives, about CPUs to really understand the intricate differences of these. Less cores that are faster, more cores that are slower. I think I would want to go with the less cores that are faster, to be honest. I think. These graphics cards are nasty. What about this? The 4080 Super. I'm like, if I'm going to spend $500, why not just spend $600? And while I'm at it, what am I going to spend $900? Come on, dude. I can buy 2 computers for the cost of this. I don't need 2 computers, though. Pre-order from your local Sam's Club. Yeah, I agree. Storage is like the easiest thing to add to the PC. It just plugs in. You can literally have like an external hard drive sitting on the ground next to your computer that's plugged in through like a USB if you just need data storage. The 14 700K is 8 performance cores and 12 efficiency cores. Oh, performance and efficiency. I see. Well, what's this one? Oh, is that the one you're talking about? The 14.7? So the 14.9. How many performance, how many efficiency? And what's the difference between performance and efficiency, too? I really appreciate all the help, all this data. Catch you later, man. Your name is hard to see because it's purple. And I got a black background. What is your name? Finwundunik Link. I got to read that. Finwundunik. 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 See you later, man. Catch you later, homie. I'm going to hit the bathroom. I shall return. As I was in the bathroom taking a piss, I realized I'm not going to buy a computer right now. I think that the advice to wait a couple months while the next gen devices pop out is a good one. Of course, you got to imagine inflation might actually make this stuff go up 10% in 2 months. So, although it might drop in price, then the price might actually go up because of the inflation. So it's like, get it while you need it. But the thing is, Jay, you're just in time for me to stop playing it. But don't worry, I'll be on. But don't buy it for me. Buy it because you want to play it. I have had no problems playing and streaming any of these games, except for Fallout 76. But I think that was an internet issue more than a computer. Okay, so your processing cores is where the action happens, and then in the background, the E cores. P cores are the big traditional cores. E cores are smaller, so more than we fit. Oh, that's cool. But that I really, except for the noise that this computer makes, I have zero problems with it. It's really, I mean, obviously there was some problems turning the graphics on Diablo up. Saw that in a stream a couple days ago. So I've got to run it at like, what am I running it at now? Whoop, game disconnected me. That's all right. Let's see what the game settings are. You know, I'm running on high instead of on ultra. I also don't have any ray tracing capability yet that I know of. But I mean, these are very respectable graphics. I'm in no rush to like necessarily take it to the next level. I think I was calling it the 1080 earlier. It's the 2080. I don't know why I was calling it the 1080 earlier. Because I've been doing this for a long time. Graphics card's decent. I mean, we're looking at the 4070 now. But with new ones coming around the corner. But why are you saying ray tracing is a waste of math? Maybe. It's like a lot of processing power for just a tiny bit of improvement. Is that the thing? Spin effect? You said that? Is that what it is? Just run balanced. Balanced what? Just run balanced what? Yeah, this graphics are pretty intense. I'm running it at 4K resolution. I run everything on this computer at 4K resolution. I got 3 monitors. One's a 4K monitor. The other ones are 1440. So one's 2160. The other 2 are at 1440, the side monitors. On my left over here, I got Streamlabs open with the chat and like a monitor of what I've got showing. And then on my right, I've got like my data. So on my right screen, I've got this stuff. This is on my right screen over here. It's a pretty good setup. It's a great setup for streaming. Oh, wait, what are you saying there? If I'm making it render. You're making it render in 4K, the game? Well, Streamlabs is rendering it 1080, and then it's downsizing it to 720 for the internet. I think it's upscaling it or something to 720. Let's see what that's actually called. Settings. Yeah, its base canvas resolution is 1080, and the output scaled resolution is 720. So you guys aren't seeing my 4K game. I'm seeing it in 4K. You're seeing it in 1080. But then it says it's downscaling it. Is that what it is? Downscaling? It's scaling it, output scaling resolutions at 720. That's just everything I can find about streaming. People are like, well, I'm going to play it at 4K because I want to, and I have a 4K monitor, and it looks awesome. I could turn my graphics down for streaming, which would be lame as fuck for me, but I'd rather not. Yeah, my GPU is pushing pixels we don't even see. Oh, let me see if I can change this the color now so you can actually see the text again. I need like some dynamic color shifting of the text. There you go. My GPU is doing unnecessary work. In what way? Because I have a 2080 Super. Like, what's unnecessary? Because, okay, assuming that it's necessary for me to see my game in 4K, what's it doing that's unnecessary then? DLSS, so you're saying at 4K you'd run... At 4K I would probably run NVIDIA's DLSS. Which is, what was that? That was down here. DLSS in performance or balanced mode? Well, I only have one option for DLSS. Quality, performance, or balance. Oh, I see what you're saying. So in balanced mode. What's this? So it'll be a little smoother? Yeah, I was messing with these the other day. I don't really know exactly what they all mean. At 4K, you'd probably run NVIDIA's DLSS in performance or balance mode for a more stable frame rate. Do it in balance mode. Happily. I don't really know much about the difference of those. So you're saying... You got the 2080 Super... Don't think your games are better than it. Has to render everything at the high resolution. When you say it has to, you're talking about my computer? Or are you talking about Streamlabs? What's that? Boost. Yeah, we're in the great merging. At least we're in one of them. I think it happens over and over and over again. I tried it on Ultra, and the game just got too slow. Oh, hey, lag plays. Yeah, you guys said the GPU is doing unnecessary work, but that was the question I had. What's unnecessary about it? So basically, the GPU is showing me 4K, 2160, or whatever it is, 2160, which I get to enjoy right here. And then Streamlabs is showing it to you at 1080. But what I don't get on Streamlabs, maybe somebody knows off the top of their head, there's base canvas resolution. Whatever the fuck that means. 1080. Output scaled resolution. So it's taking it in at 1080 even though I'm looking at it in 2160. Streamlabs is taking it to 1080 and then it's showing it to you at 720. But people will be like, "No, I'm still watching it in 1080." But are you looking at 720 resolution in 1080? So you're actually only seeing 720? NVIDIA reflex mode. I don't know what that is. NVIDIA reflex enabled, but not on boost mode. Oh, this enabled, but not on boost mode. Yeah, I've never put it on boost mode before. My hertz on my monitor. 60. I think it's at 60. 59.98 or something. But how would I check that out? Is there an easy way to find that out? Let's see here really quick. Let me pull this up and take a look. Yeah, the stream is coming through at 720p, 60 frames per second. I was running it at 1440 before, and it was dropping frames for people. Every time you scale, you lose a little bit. So I could try and run the stream at 1080. It's compressing the stream when it doesn't have to. How do you make it so it doesn't compress the stream? No, I mean, I have no performance issues. No one's ever reported any. If there are, people have just accepted it and not talked about it. But I like the way it looks. It looks good for me. I think the stream's coming through at 720 good. You know, a 1080 stream is nice, but I'd rather have it be fluid and like smooth. Like 720, 60 with like a bit rate of 3200, I think. I think the 3200 bit rate it's a 3000 bit rate, which from what I could tell, they were like, you don't need, if you're going to do 720 at 60 frames per second, 3000 bit rate's plenty. I think this is like 2200, 2500 is what they were suggesting, 3000. Yeah, I thought so too. But man, you should have seen Fallout 76. It might have just been like I was brute forcing something. It was requiring so much processing power. It was like unfeasible. Man, I am... is anything... I don't know if it supports AV1 or not. I really appreciate all the help, you guys. This has been really helpful. I think I'm going to bounce out of here and come back on later tonight. I have to clean up a little bit personally. I'm very hungry, so I think I'm going to go eat and then pop the stream on maybe in an hour or two for a few hours before I go to bed. And that would be that. So thank you very much for coming. I really appreciate it. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull the game back up. It's been absolutely spectacular. As always, you guys fucking rock so hard. Okay, good. Thank you for the feedback, too. Proven 22X. Thank you for the feedback. Watch it on your phone. 1080 is fine. Even 720 is okay. Yeah, I agree. I I just want to watch a nice fluid game stream. The view distance sliders in 76 can mess up performance. Dude, 76. Yeah, it was an intense one. It'd be a fun one to play online. Okay, maybe we can do a Fallout 76 performance enhancement without having to buy a new computer. Or I could actually maybe upgrade my graphics card too. That might be a $500 solution that could take me to the next level. Who knows, actually? That might be a really good idea. To everyone else, be good to yourself. Clean up. Take care of your body. Take a shower if you haven't showered yet today. Get some food if you haven't. Maybe do a few push-ups. Then I'll go do a little bit of exercise. And then back to work. Back to